Mike, we're ready to proceed whenever you're ready.
Okay, it took a little bit, but everybody's here from the board and ready to go. Okay, we've allowed people to come into the room. So we'll begin the special board meeting of the Oceanside School Board of September 29th. Let the roll call note that all board members are present and accounted for. I will first report on public action that we took in our closed session a few moments ago. In closed session, the board voted 5-0 to ratify a separation agreement for the resignation and retirement of one certificated employee number 232169, effective April 17th, 2021. And that was the extent of our direction and actions in closed session. So we'll begin the evening with a presentation by staff on the consideration for return to in-person instruction and the educational program of the district as it stands today. We'll have an opening presentation by staff. We'll have some questions by members of the board for clarification during that period if need be. And then we'll have public comment provided. We have over 28, I think, speaker slips submitted as a few minutes ago. So that'll be a challenge tonight, but we can get through all of that if everybody stays timely and on point. Please, I'll repeat this later, but you'll have 3 minutes to speak. And in those 3 minutes, there's warning lights and a time clock comes up on your screen, so you're aware of the time frame. We won't start that clock. In fact, there's even a little dead time before the clock starts spinning when we finally put you on the Zoom call and your time is up for talking. The 3 minute mark will hit and your time will run out, and then it will just cut off the speaker and we will go on to the next speaker with that. The other thing that we'll try and do when we get to the calling on the public is that we'll try and announce 3 to 5 names so that you can maybe hear that and get a little heads up and be ready to come to the Zoom meeting. And I know there's a lot of other things going on this evening in the world, but this is an important thing and we're glad you're here with us. So with that, we'll open up for presentation by staff. Julie?
Great. So Greg will display our presentation. And thank you, Board of Education, for this opportunity to address you. And this evening, we will give you updated information on the return to in-person instruction and literally everything in between. We have quite a few people joining us in this presentation this evening. So Greg Moon will be toggling between speakers. So there may be a little bit of delay in our presentation. So just maintain patience with us. And to all the people presenting tonight, thank you so much for taking the time to do that and your preparation and your contribution to this presentation. And thank you for all the people that are logged on tonight to be with us. So on the next slide, we just want to remind the community that we continuously receive guidance documents that regulate our approach to return to in-person instruction. I'm thinking we're having a serious delay. Okay. Stand by for a little bit of technical difficulty. Excellent. So we will just remind the board and the public that we receive guidance documents that do regulate our approach to in-person instruction. And as guidance shifts, we shift and plans change. And we do have some changes to present this evening. We do follow the California Department of Public Health guidelines and of course the County of San Diego. And as recent as September 25th, we received updated guidance from the County of San Diego. So this is just to remind the board and the public that things do shift and we adjust with those shifts. So the next slide will really just give an overview of what you're going to see tonight. You're going to hear several voices from the field, from our practitioners. We thought we'd give you an up close and personal look at what's been going on with virtual learning. We're going to share staffing adjustments that we need to make in order to adjust to additional requests that we've had for students to remain in remote learning as we toggle to in-person instruction. We'll of course review updated COVID data, both at the state and local level, just to keep people updated on that information. And then we will share the work of our work groups and the hybrid schedules for all of our programs and all of our grade levels. And I want to thank the people that have contributed their time to these schedules. It is very evident the thought that went into these and the care and concern. And so we're proud to share these schedules with you tonight. And again, with all of our work groups, I know that people, everyone is managing this pandemic and you're managing your professional life. And to share that extra time, your personal time to work on these decisions that we're making for our community, I just want to thank you very much. It means a lot and it makes a difference, and we couldn't do this work without you. And then finally, we'll be sharing our recommendation, and we will be sharing, as stated in the agenda, amending our K-5 start date and establishing a 6/12 start date. So with that, we move on to our next slide for some brief comments from Dr. Soto, and then she will hand it off from there. Dr. Soto?
Thank you, Dr. Vitale. So excited to be able to share that meals have been provided to our scholars since March, and that we will be continuing with our universal feeding. So what this basically means is that we're able to provide meals to our scholars free of charge with no cost, and through the extension of September of 2021. So on Tuesdays and Thursdays at every school site, we are offering meals for our scholars from noon to 1:30. And we are also happy to state that to provide this service, we have served over 900,000 meals to our families and scholars. So huge shout out to our staff that has been supporting our meal distribution. Our nutrition services, of course, have been working tirelessly, making sure that the needs of our scholars are being met, and that we will be able to continue providing this service for our families. Again, we've had a lot of support staff out there as well, security, noon aides, and in addition to transportation, M&O. So in addition to administrators, and we've had teachers out there distributing meals as well. So we just want to thank everybody for this opportunity to feed our families. And with that, I will turn it over to Dr. Sparks for the next slide. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Soto. So we've continued our home visits and targeted calls for outreach, working from lists of students with former attendance challenges, our youth who are transitional and foster, and those who show up on our no-show lists. Transitional foster youth daily attendance rate is about 78%, and all of our transitional foster youth have been contacted as of this year. Our overall percentage for daily attendance is up to 97% as of September 18th. And out of our current 81 identified students who are transitional foster, we have received and fulfilled 15 requests for internet connectivity. Additionally, we have updated our attendance procedure to not only track attendance in class, but the ways in which students engage overall in their learning as well, including completing online assignments and assessments and participating in teacher office hours. With that update, I'll turn it over to Dr. Lovey, who will continue our virtual learning update.
Good evening, board and community. Thank you. Over the last 7 weeks since school started, I've been able to visit 36 classrooms and in 10 schools. It's been a wonderful opportunity to be able to see our staff in action, doing what they do best, which is teaching and connecting with our students. And the thing is, I could tell you a lot of wonderful things you can see from these photographs. We have the arts going on, we have students listening, we have writing. And if you look at the graphic on the left, there is a graphic that shows the response to the pacing guides that were developed by work groups, principals, teachers, and other practitioners to help guide the elementary instruction in language arts, mathematics, and social emotional learning. And you can see overwhelmingly the response to this survey is that these pacing guides have been very helpful to ensuring a smooth transition into virtual learning. But as much as I can say, it's not as good as hearing from our actual practitioners. So I'd like to start by inviting Ms. Hatfield and Ms. Rodriguez, our elementary counselors, to share about what they're doing for social emotional learning. Ms. Hatfield, Ms. Rodriguez?
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, they can hear you. Go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Jennifer Hatfield, and I am the elementary school counselor at Palmquist and Puisat Elementary. When we moved to virtual learning last March, we quickly realized that we needed to adapt and create new ways to connect with our students and their families. As a result, we developed a school counseling website for our schools that contain a wealth of resources for our students and their parents. Some of these websites include activities that focus on mindfulness and support the emotional wellness of our students. Some examples include Mindful Mondays and Wellness Wednesdays that provide self-care activities, Thoughtful Thursdays, which provide social emotional mini lessons, and Feel Good Fridays for students to read inspirational or feel good thoughts each week. We also created a virtual calming room on our websites where students can pick from many different activities, such as listening to music, visual relaxation and exercise videos, watching live animal cameras, and creating art online. We also recognize the importance of students' social development and needing to stay connected with their peers. We have been providing opportunities for students to connect with each other by doing fun activities and games with the school counselor virtually. This includes lunch bunches, fun Fridays, What's Up Wednesdays, and a middle school transition week at the end of last year. We have also been providing individual check-ins virtually with our students, meeting with parents virtually, and providing referrals for our families to community resources when needed. We also understand that as a school counselor, we are here to support the entire team, which also includes our teachers and staff. Working with our school psychologists, we have created self-care handouts for our school staff last year during distance learning and have been continuing to provide these resources this year. Lastly, we were pleased to develop the social emotional curriculum that teachers can use weekly in their classrooms. These lessons supplement and provide the foundation for the monthly lessons that the school counselor provide to all of our students. It's been wonderful collaborating with the district and the teachers to support our students' social emotional well-being. We wanted to personally thank you for prioritizing and supporting the social emotional health for all of our students.
Thank you so much, Ms. Hatfield. Ms. Rodriguez, did you have something to add to that? All right, at this point, I'll ask our secondary counselor, Ms. Felix, to share. Oh, Ms. Rodriguez, are you ready? I'm sorry. Please go ahead. I think you're muted.
I always do that in my lessons too. Hello and good evening. My name is Andrea Rodriguez, and I'm the elementary school counselor for Reynolds and San Luis Rey Elementary. Thank you to the board and the district leadership for inviting us to talk about how we've been supporting students during distance learning. Our elementary school counselor team is a tight-knit group, and we collaborate frequently on how we can adapt to our current situations and provide best practices for our students and families. We're really grateful to serve in OUSD where our administrators, teachers, staff, and our district values and encourages social emotional learning. Since last school year, our school counseling team has provided over 2,500 social emotional classroom guidance lessons to all our TK through 5th grade OUSD students. The social emotional lessons that we utilize are evidence based using the CASTLE and Zones of Regulation curriculum. Recently, it's been really exciting to see students using the zones of regulations and identifying their emotions, saying, I'm in the green zone, and feeling happy when I see my teacher and my friends on Zoom. I'm amazed when I see even the youngest of students using the coping skills that we learned last year. And since March, we continued these lessons virtually and even provided additional lessons at the start of the COVID-19 pandemic, focusing on self-care for students during quarantine and calming our worries. Knowing that families may have been impacted Knowing that families may have been impacted, we provided 4 workshops called the Coffee with the Counselors that specifically address concerns that our families were sharing with us. So, topics include balancing distance learning and a busy home life, self care for parents and guardians, communication with children, and managing worries and stress. And at the start of this year, the counseling team has provided monthly Counseling Corner newsletters to update families with the social emotional learning that their students are participating in. Families can also find an array of fun activities like social emotional books, videos, highlights of the month in these newsletters. For example, in October, we are highlighting resources that focus on bullying prevention. And as a result of the workshops and newsletters, many families have reached out for support from their school counselors. So I want to just close with saying how honored I am with supporting my schools, and I empathize with what everyone has endured in supporting our students. As a parent of 4 OUSD students, I'm walking along this journey with you, with everyone. And what I admire most is in this whole situation is just seeing how everyone has come together to rally behind our students, and our students are looking up to all of us, and we are their role models for resilience and strength. So I'm really optimistic about this generation of students, especially our OUSD students, and I feel like they'll be equipped to handle even the toughest adversities that come their way. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rodriguez. I appreciate that. We now have our secondary counselor, Mrs. Felix. Would you share with us, please?
Good evening. Thank you for having a school counselor at El Camino High School. I can tell you that El Camino High School counselors have really adjusted our practices. Since schools closed last spring, we've been working diligently to connect with students and families during virtual learning. We know how important it is for students to have a connection with school. And in order to do this, we've set up several tools, or we're using several tools that teachers typically use to connect with students, like Google Classroom and Google Meets. At the beginning of this school year, we set up and provided students with a virtual learning schedule for them to use and get themselves organized. And in that tool, we included some self-care activities for them to do during breaks or whenever they had some chance during their school hours. We've used Google Classroom really as an interactive platform to facilitate some communication, and it has allowed us to get to know some of our newer students, especially their 9th graders, as we welcome them to El Camino. We want to let families and students know that counselors are available to students and families with by phone, by email, through virtual meetings. We have held parent conferences virtually with both students and parents present. So we're all here as a team to help support and connect with the families. To continue and providing social and emotional support, we've done one-on-one meetings. Of course, right now it's done virtually through Google Meets or Zoom, but we've had several personal phone calls with students to help them with academics or any of their social emotional needs. Some of our meetings we can set up in advance, or some can be set up the same day. For example, I personally use the Google Calendar. It has a appointment tool, and students can just sign up instantly for any available appointments that day. Along with that, we've done some check-ins that have allowed students to do some reflection, and it provides counselors with some insight as to how students are doing emotionally and academically. And these provide us an opportunity and some information to be able to reach out and have an informed conversation with students so we can serve them better. At El Camino, also counselors are continuing to provide college and career information and resources to students through virtual presentations. Recently, we held a virtual senior information night, and we plan to provide a financial aid information night in just a couple of weeks. And so we're seeing that there's a lot of engagement with families in that manner as well. We're continuing to monitor student progress and connecting with them for academic support. And as you know, as we move forward, we are also providing them with counseling lessons for that personal and social growth as well. And so we're working hard to stay in contact with students and continue to build those relationships. At El Camino, we really hope that students and parents engage with us so we are able to support them. And we really look forward to working with them.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Felix. I'd like to now invite Miss Williams, an elementary school teacher from North Terrace.
Okay. Hello. Hi, I'm Nicole Williams, a fourth grade teacher at North Terrace Elementary. This is my 24th year of teaching, all of which has been in Oceanside. Thank you for this opportunity to discuss virtual learning from a teacher's point of view. I was just asked to present something yesterday, so I hope it's okay if I read you my thoughts. Hopefully this will allow you a small peek into a day in the life of my class. We can all agree that the current situation has been very challenging, and this is not the way we'd like school to be. But there are many unexpected benefits that have evolved from virtual learning since we began this new chapter of education in March. Let me start by saying I am a traditional teacher who loves the good old-fashioned way of doing things. I dabbled with Google Slides and Google Classroom, but I was a technology novice for sure. However, when the world changed, so did I. I'll be honest, I never thought this new way of teaching would be successful. I couldn't even begin to imagine how I was going to do running records, reading groups, or cognitively guided math instruction through a computer. But I realized I now needed technology to help me reach and teach my students. I embraced it, educated myself on the how-tos, and spent hours researching what to do. I've had a complete shift in my thinking and now see that virtual learning is not only possible, but has many surprising advantages. Teachers, parents, and administrators have plenty to be concerned with. Are the kids learning the curriculum? Are they happy, engaged, and thriving? I can confidently say that they are. I know the district is planning for the reopening of school, but there are cons that need to be considered when moving towards a hybrid model right now. Elementary teachers are currently Zooming with kids 10 to 20 hours a week. They see their students twice or even 3 times a day. When we move to a hybrid model, that will be reduced to just 8 hours a week. The kids will only have contact with their teachers and peers 2 days a week. The other 3 days will be on their own. The hybrid model will lead to less direct instruction and probably more busy work. Not to mention that the academic standards that need to be covered will be cut in half as we teach the same thing to group 1 and 2, basically covering only 50% of what needs to be taught in a week's time. So is Zoom school, as I call it, really getting the job done? It most definitely is. I have almost 100% attendance daily. The kids show up early for Zoom meetings and they stay after our scheduled time to talk or ask questions. They love it and don't want to leave. It would be tragic to cut their time down to just 8 hours and 2 days a week. I feel like I'm deserting them. They have the flexibility to drop into open Zoom times in the afternoon. They reach out to me via email all day long. I am truly astonished at how well it's going. I would even say that many of them are learning better in this home environment without the distraction of 34 other students in the classroom. Of course, it took some getting used to for them and me. The biggest challenge was the technology, like passwords. Don't even get me started. But we have now ironed all those wrinkles out and are in a groove and settling into our new normal. From an academic standpoint, I'm hitting every single standard. At 8:30, we start our morning meeting and listen to our principal's daily inspirational message, followed by our multiplication song of the week, a mental math warm-up, math journal CGI problem, our Go Math lesson focus of the day, and we even end with a math game. The kids use whiteboards to show me their answers, and I can immediately check for understanding and reteach as needed. I sent them all home with dice, and with some creativity and the use of breakout rooms, which they love, they are able to connect with their classmates and practice the skills and have a blast. For example, we played a rounding game yesterday, and I'm able to pop in and check on each group. Kids get the opportunity to work on their social skills, like taking turns, cheering each other on, getting to know their peers, and learning all at the same time. They often say, "That was so fun, Miss Williams. When can we do it again?" If we were in a hybrid model, they couldn't play partner or group games due to social distancing guidelines. Learning would be stay in your seat, pretty cut and dried. Also, last week we were working on comparing larger numbers, so we went on a scavenger hunt. I gave them 2 minutes to go find anything with in their house with a number on it, the bigger the better, and you wouldn't believe what they came up with. Someone found a 27-digit long number. It was interactive and engaging. I had nothing but smiles on their faces and compliments from the parents. After a snack break, we start our language arts at 11 o'clock. We do grammar, word work, benchmark reading lesson, editing, fluency practice, and I end with a good old-fashioned read aloud. I've gotten quite creative with how to keep it interesting. For example, we're learning the actionless to be verbs while doing the Macarena. Is, am, are, was, were, has, have. Yeah, okay, I won't do the whole thing. We've talked about the 7 intelligences and how different people learn in various ways, and yes, even through dancing. Recognizing that some of the kids' fine motor skills are slower than others, I problem solved for writing instruction. I'm using Screencastify to record my writing lessons. The kids can watch the video lesson, hit pause, write, watch some more, hit pause, and write. They're able to self-monitor, take breaks, and work at their own pace. Another reason the current model is working so well. What about the other disciplines? We have music on Mondays, lunch bunch meetups on Tuesdays, PE on Wednesdays, art on Fridays, and social studies and science twice a week. All the standards are being covered and covered well. Speaking of science, I made science kits for the trimester for each child. And using mystery science, the students are able to make their spinomatics and roller coaster tracks, learn about potential and kinetic energy, and have an action-packed hands-on learning experience. We couldn't do that in a hybrid classroom and still stay socially distanced. The science experiments have become something the whole family can work on and enjoy. A parent even sent me a picture of her son's completed project and told me it was fun for all the kids in the family to learn, and the littlest one was chasing marbles all over the hardwood floors. Am I reaching all the students? Yes, I am differentiating instruction for students who need a challenge, as well as those with special needs who require additional support. We've come up with hand signals to help all the kids communicate, like question, comment, connection, me too. And I've even found that the quiet, shy kids are raising their hands to read and answer questions more often than I expected. They love being on camera, and it's really motivating. I've also Googled and YouTubed my way to a second monitor so that I can teach from my computer screen and still see all my students at the same time. I can call on them quickly, keep things moving, and make sure no one is off in la la land. And you know what? They aren't. Okay, there is the occasional Spider-Man action figure and stuffed animal that comes into the video, but a quick reminder of our Zoom protocols or phone call home, and that problem is solved. We still celebrate birthdays, have our student of the week who gets to do show and tell, and I've continued to give out Gotcha Being Good tickets all day long to keep them motivated. On Fridays, the 4 raffle winners get their prize mailed directly to their home. And we've even taken virtual field trips, like yesterday, to Washington, D.C. Their asynchronous work is sent out through Google Classroom each day. The directions are explained during Zoom time and are explicitly explained in writing as well. The parents have loved this setup. I can monitor everything from their minutes read to their Go Math assignments and scholastic quizzes. I can read their written essays, give feedback in the margins, post comments and suggestions. They can edit and resubmit their work. The feedback is timely and individualized. I email parents twice a week with what their child is doing well and what needs work. I have half my students without a parent or a parent in the home, or they're in a childcare situation. So I realize it's mostly up to me and the child. I am mom and dad for some of them now more than ever. I even got email. Yes?
Oh, yes, thank you, Ms. Williams.
Okay, can I finish? I'm almost done.
Absolutely, absolutely.
I even got emailed when one of the kiddos was locked out of the house and didn't know what to do. My goal is to help each child become self-sufficient problem solvers, and it's working. One day, my beloved computer decided to update right in the middle of Zoom class, and then the computer made one of the students the host. And he didn't panic, but I did. He held down the fort beautifully, and then he let me back into the meeting. It was fantastic. And when another student's internet kicked her out, and 5 minutes later, she returned to Zoom huffing and puffing, I asked what happened. I problem solved, Miss Williams. I threw my iPad in the bicycle basket and rode to my auntie's house. Very impressive. So the most beautiful thing that has come about is the unexpected team spirit and camaraderie. Kids have started their own Zoom meetings with parent supervision, of course, to have virtual play dates. I've kept the Google Class chat open with the agreement that they handle it responsibly, and they have. They ask each other for help, explain things in kid language, and some of them have really stepped up as the class cheerleaders. For example, I'm up and ready to learn, guys. Who's with me? Hey, I had trouble with number 6. Anyone else? Don't worry, we got this, teacher. You really can't ask for much more. So what I'm basically trying to demonstrate is, no, this is not what any of us would choose for our learners under normal circumstances, but the teachers, the students, and the parents have adapted. We've taken lemonades and made some pretty darn good lemonade. I haven't worked this hard since graduate school, but I sleep soundly knowing that the children's academic, social, and emotional needs are being met. In this current virtual learning model, they are getting a high quality education. They are fully engaged, having fun, enjoying Zoom school, and we are all staying safe and healthy. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Williams. I appreciate your enthusiasm and your dedication to learning. I'd like to introduce Mr. Hart. He's a 7th and 8th grade teacher from North Terrace.
Guess I was on mute. Good evening, parents, members of the board, faculty, and staff. My name is Cedric Hart, and I'm a teacher at North Terrace School. I have the pleasure of working with 7th and 8th grade scholars, and I have been honored with the request to share some positive experiences I've had with my scholars while distance learning. Before I do that, I would really like to take a second to thank the parents, guardians, and all of the adults that are helping our scholars navigate through distance learning by providing them with support where they need it. You are the true heroes of distance learning. I would like to acknowledge my fellow educators for becoming the most creative people I know and keeping scholars engaged. I am learning daily from all of you. Lastly, thank you, members of the board, for working tirelessly to make the hard decisions and figure out how to navigate in uncharted waters. Over the last several months, as an educator and parent of an energetic toddler, there have been several challenges, both professionally and personally, but there have also been successes and several positives that I have experienced as an educator and a parent. My favorite part of distance learning was teaching and my scholars surprising me. For example, the other day I put up a puzzle up on Google Classroom as a brain teaser just to start off class. And I thought it would be a fun five-minute activity to get creative juices flowing. But what it turned out to be was really something quite beautiful. Students who normally kept quiet started to share ideas on how to solve the puzzle, and each and every scholar in my class started to collaborate with each other. At the end of the allotted time, my scholars had not solved the puzzle, so I promised time at the end to revisit it. Throughout the class, scholars remained engaged in the material I was presenting and then came together at the end to work on the puzzle that involved collaboration, math, problem solving, and communication. On another occasion, a scholar needed extra help with a math problem. As I pulled up my whiteboard to draw out his question, other scholars who had successfully solved the problem kindly provided him guidance on how to eventually find the solution to the problem. I watched in awe as he started to make connections in his homework as well as with his peers. This snowballed into others asking questions and applying what they were learning to additional problems. By speaking about my positive experiences, I do not mean to discount any family's personal challenges during these times. From an educator's perspective, you are all doing great, and there have been so many positive experiences during these times in learning, collaboration, and social growth. It has been an honor to teach my scholars this year, and although I hope to get to meet them in person one day, I know that they will be successful until that can happen safely. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hart. I appreciate that. Mr. Driscoll from Oceanside High School. He's a secondary English teacher and a tech lead learner. Mr. Driscoll?
Hello. Waiting for my video, if it's coming on.
Mr. Driscoll, I believe you turn your own video on and off.
Yeah, I turned, sorry. It's not working.
Okay.
So that's fine. You don't need to see me. I'll just talk. Hi, my name is Rob Driscoll. I'm a teacher at Oceanside High School. I've been at Oceanside High School since 1988. Thank you for the honor and the privilege to speak before the board, Dr. Vitale, members of the, all the members of the board and parents of Oceanside and other people here at the meeting. You know, I had a whole bunch of notes, but they're hiding behind my Zoom picture. Here I am, a tech leader, and I'm having issues with my own tech. So I'll just talk off the top of my head here. You know, to be honest, I don't know how much what I'm doing now is much different from what I did in the classroom. Um, First of all, I've always been a tech person. In fact, I started in 1986. That's when I got my credential and worked in the first AVID program, and helped put together the first AVID handbook. And at that time was at the County Office of Education. And remember running to an office with a floppy disk to print out things that we were using to, to create this handbook, and look at how things have changed since. And now I've got students in classrooms, or now students at home with computers in front of them. And it's pretty amazing that with all the technology that's changed, there's still something that's important, I think. The underlying theme, I guess, of my teaching, which is how can I reach every single one of these kids, and how can I give them the best possible education? So I try to think about that when the kids come into the classroom, and now it's into my Zoom room, or I use Meet, as a matter of fact. And I have music playing when they come in. I use something, I found a streaming YouTube video site that uses, they call it like a lo-fi kind of sound. It's just like nice beat, and there's no lyrics, so there's nothing to distract the students as far as that's concerned. And I did a questionnaire for students for the first 6 weeks, and that was one of the things they said they like. They like the music when they come in, and I greet them as they are appearing on my screen. And once there's a sufficient group of kids in there, we start the class. I present something to the students every day. This is what we're doing. I have the agenda for them. They said that that's something that they like. I tell them ahead of time what they're going to learn. And then we get into it. And I try to connect with what we were doing before with what we're doing now, and give them a sense of where we're going in the future. So I want to see where they are in the timeline of their learning in my classroom. And that was something else that they commented on that they liked. They knew what was happening in the class. And something I kind of developed my little system almost immediately. I realized that with kids having problems with connectivity, that it was going to be important to have time off. So I would, once I present something, then I provide a little break for students to either get back in, get caught up on things that they were doing before, and get set for what we're going to do next. When I get into the actual learning, I've always believed that less is more. I try to speak as little as possible. I try to use, with my slides, I have a slideshow that I have with me talking, presenting during the slideshow, and which they said they like too. They like to have my video on as I'm presenting. And I try to use visuals in the slideshows to emphasize the points that we're making, because I know that I have language learners, students with challenges that a picture says 1,000 words sometimes. And let's see, the other thing that I'm doing in my class that I've always done is as we work on assessments, I provide feedback on those assessments. We go over them in class. I provide opportunities for retesting. Kids say that they like that. They appreciate the fact that they can review something after they've, an assessment after they've taken it. They can review it, learn from that review, try again at the assessment to see if they can do better. I think those are the main things that I can think of that I've done in the classroom. And I was looking at my scores for the first 6 weeks, how my kids are doing, and I compared it. I thought, well, heck, why don't I compare it to last year? And there's only a 4% difference in the overall, the grade average between last year and this year. Not a significant difference, in my opinion. Not that I'm a math teacher, but it seems to me that's not a significant difference in that, given what a great change in the way that we're teaching and the way that we're learning today compared to what we were doing a year ago. I believe that's all I have for you. And if you have any other questions or anything else I can do, I would be happy to do that for you.
Thank you, Mr. Driscoll. I appreciate that. Great news on the student achievement data that you have so far. I would now like to introduce Mrs. Kelly. She's a principal in our district. Mrs. Kelly?
Good evening, board and cabinet. First of all, I'd like to thank all of you for all of your support through all of this. It certainly hasn't been normal. And to think this time last year, all of us principals were working with our PTOs on Fall Festival and what that would look like. And now we're working on how can we reopen and keep everyone safe, right? I'm just here to say, my teachers have been phenomenal. At the beginning of this, back in March, a lot of us, me especially, I'd never even heard of Zoom. I knew how to FaceTime, I knew how to Skype and all that kind of stuff. And I've taken a lot of virtual college courses, but how that was going to look in the elementary arena, I had no clue. And I was scared to death, and I know my teachers were too. But they shocked me. They rose to the occasion. The things that they are doing in the classrooms, I can see more classrooms in a day than ever before. I have invitations to all their Zooms. I go in classes, I watch, I listen, I participate. I crack up laughing sometimes because the kids are so adorable that I have to turn my video off because I'm crying laughing. And then there's other times when I want to cry, I'm choked up the other way too. So the emotions are there. I just want to say I am so proud of all of our teachers. My teachers' lessons every single day, I'm in shock. I look at that and I think, okay, if I was a teacher back in the classroom, could I do that? How do you do that? And I ask them questions and they are just amazing. So I'm just here tonight to say I'm very proud of all of our teachers, especially my teachers at McCullough, because they have risen to the occasion. Our scholars are amazing. They're engaged. The lessons are just phenomenal. And that's all I have to say tonight. Thank you for having me, and thank you.
Dr. Levy, do you want to introduce our next speaker? Okay, I think we might have lost Dr. Levy. She'll be back. So I believe Steve Besant is our next speaker. And Steve is the principal at Lincoln Middle School. And Steve, if you'll take yourself off of mute, and we'd love to hear your contribution, please.
Believe I'm off of mute. Please let me know if I'm not. Good evening, members of the board, Dr. Vitale, and the Oceanside community. Thank you for allowing me to speak tonight. I'd like to begin where our work happens, and that's in the classroom. I've been able to spend, like Trish said, a lot of time in classrooms virtually. What I've noticed, teachers are much more proficient at online teaching and learning than they were last spring. They're incorporating an expanded repertoire of programs, apps, and online teaching techniques. Our teachers are working longer and harder in order to serve our community. And I mean longer and harder. I'm hearing stories of 12, 14-hour days, and I'm seeing the evidence of their hard work in classrooms. I'm seeing students that are engaged and interacting with teachers. The vast majority of our kids are. I am welcomed into classes by students when I visit. It's kind of nice to see that. There's a lot of collegiality going on. Students are helping one another in class, verbally or through the chat, which is encouraging because they might be a mile away from one another and they're helping one another as if they were sitting at the same table. Our AP and I are providing teachers with immediate feedback following our walkthroughs, and we sometimes call them click-throughs as we go from class to class. We've noticed that we have really good momentum academically. Proud of what our staff and students are doing. In consideration of adopting a hybrid schedule at the middle school level, students now, under this virtual model that we're working now, are in class for each class for 165 minutes a week. Under the proposed hybrid schedule, students will see their teacher for 100 minutes a week, 65 in person and 35 virtual. One key to maintaining community through our virtual teaching and learning is by the addition of our advisory classes, something that we desperately need in regular times and definitely while we're virtual. Our announcements, we have announcements in advisory that incorporate Project Wisdom character education messages. Today's message was about perseverance. We also are using the Choose Love curriculum, and the themes in Choose Love include courage, gratitude, forgiveness, and compassion. That's social emotional learning taking place in advisory classes. Teachers also offer virtual class circles from restorative practices training that build a culture of trust and support in advisory classes and provides an opportunity to check in on the well-being of students. We've got some clubs starting up virtually. We're just getting them off the ground. We have a book club that's up and running and a theater club that is looking for interested students to meet virtually. Our Gear Up program is serving the 8th graders in the current Gear Up cohort, and they are providing virtual academic support. Our Gear Up folks are actually in classrooms so that when they work with students after school, they know how to, they know the curriculum. They're talking the same talk. And Gear Up is also offering virtual field trips. We have our past mentors, 2 AmeriCorps fellows that are with us. They are serving all grade levels. This week, they're starting a Wednesday lunch bunch and virtual academic support 4 days a week after school. They're also preparing for National Day of Service project. Our after-school program is supervising our secondary learning centers and providing students with enrichment activities and materials. Our secondary learning centers launched this week. We're serving 28 students, and the selection of students was prioritized. The top tier was homeless and foster youth, low income, and children of essential worker families. We are offering students awards. We're doing one student of the week per grade level. We post that in our Friday S'more update. We also recognize a staff member of the week, which goes from one staff member nominates the next staff member, and of course, student of the month. Our counselors are working virtually with students and more with families. Our families are requiring support also as we're moving through this pandemic. Our counselors also created a social and emotional learning website that supports virtual wellness screenings. Our ASB is in operation. We'll be holding elections, and we've postponed that. We had one of those really cool color battle things last year, and we postponed that for this year into April in hopes that one day we'll be back on campus. In summary, finally, in closing, it took an amazing team to provide high quality teaching, learning, and support even before we were ever in COVID. It's even more important now. I'm thankful for staff members who put their all into their work, for students who are doing the same, and for families who are adjusting with us as we move forward together. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Basenta. We appreciate your perspective, and thank you to all of our professionals for their perspective, for their ideas, and for the hard work that they're doing each and every day to provide a quality education to our students. So thank you so much to all the panelists. At this time, I'd like to turn it over, next slide please, to Mr. Wood, our Director of Special Education.
Thank you, Dr. Levy, and good evening to the board and Dr. Vitale and members. I'm happy to say that in addition to continuing virtual assessments, Special Ed has been conducting student assessments in person by appointment. Assessments are completed by a variety of professionals. We have teachers, we have speech pathologists, school psychologists, nurses, occupational therapists, and physical therapists all conducting assessments. Since September 14th, we've contacted 85 families to schedule assessments. We've conducted 36 assessments during that time and scheduled an additional 43 assessments to be conducted prior to October 16th, 2020. We'll continue to work on our assessments and make sure that we are addressing the needs of our students with disabilities. And now I'd like to turn it over to Dr. Sparks.
Thank you, Jim. Just a quick update on our expanded enrichment program. Our initial interest survey was sent to all families in July, where we received 505 responses. Those 505 families were emailed an expanded enrichment program invitation, including having families identify their essential worker status, as well as those families who had students who were transitional or foster youth. 310 declined or did not respond to the invitation. 198 families began participating. 97 phone calls were made to Tier 1 families, whereas 64 in the program either did not respond. Students currently enrolled again in our expanded enrichment program is 198 students and growing. We're enrolling students on a daily basis. And as of Friday, 9/25, all remaining initially interested families were contacted to ensure their enrollment or to revisit their interest in the expanded enrichment program. We're now revisiting all of our initial lists, prioritizing our Tier 4 responses, which are all other responses, as well as families who were originally waitlisted because of their essential worker status, or those who did not initially respond. We're doing this so that we can offer them remaining spots in our current program, as well as determine needs for opening additional classrooms for programming across our current sites, as well as those who have not yet hosted expanded enrichment, in the event that we transition to a hybrid or other in-person learning model and we need to have additional expanded enrichment programs available. That's the update for expanded enrichment, and I'll pass it now over to Dr. Lawrence.
Thank you. Next slide, please. A survey was sent out to secondary families to gain further understanding of what our secondary scholars desire for the return to middle and high school. The survey initially asked families if they desire to remain in a virtual state or return in a hybrid learning format. A majority responded with the desire to return in a hybrid format. The top reasons for this was socialization, more time with the teacher, return to normal student is struggling, and physical activity and sports. It is important to note that these top reasons indicate a desire by families for a return to a normal schooling structure. Unfortunately, while we are in a pandemic state, the top reasons provided cannot all be achieved through a hybrid schedule. A hybrid schedule reflects a transition towards a normal state. While the transitional plan of a hybrid schedule at the secondary level would provide physical time for students to connect and socialize with their peers to some degree, it will not fully meet many of the top desires brought forward within the survey. Some of those reasons will be presented as we progress further within this presentation. Next slide, please. Secondary learning centers were created to provide our most at-promise students with a space to engage in virtual learning with the support of an adult in the room. These learning centers open this week at all secondary sites, including the base. Currently, these centers are available at a limited capacity based on health, space, and capacity limits. We have received interest from over 243 families and provided initial acceptance to families who meet the tiered priority requirements. Those scholars who are not initially accepted will be placed on a waiting list until space becomes available. Now I will introduce to you Principal Frazier from El Camino High School.
Good evening, members of the board, Superintendent Vitale, and all who are present this evening. As Dr. Lawrence said, my name is Eileen Frazier, and I'm the proud principal at El Camino High School. As Counselor Rodriguez shared earlier, I also have two students who attend school in the Oceanside Unified School District. I am proud to say that as a graduate of the Oceanside School District and an employee of Oceanside School District for 26 years, that the work we are doing now is so important for our scholars and especially the socialization piece. And that's what I'll be talking about today. Being able to interact with peers at this age is a huge part of a teenager's life. Socialization allows students to connect with their peers and provide social emotional support for one another. I work closely with the other secondary principals in our district, along with Dr. Lawrence, and I meet weekly with Dr. Viriel, who's the principal at Oceanside High School. We meet to share best practices and to ensure consistency across both high schools. We want to let you know that we have staff who also recognize the importance of socialization for our students and our scholars. There are members of staff who want to bring back students on campus in small groups. Of course, this would need to be outside with masks, recognizing social distancing to ensure the safety of the students as well as the staff. Some of the ways that we are currently meeting the socialization needs of our scholars are on-campus day camps that we provide for sports such as volleyball, baseball, football, and cross country. They meet in small pods of students with a coach for cardio and small group training workouts. We also have some clubs that are meeting online, and they have a lot of fun in those virtual meetings. We will have small groups that our counselors would like to lead, and again, they would like to lead those outside in a safe environment. Our Associated Student Body, or our ASB students, are meeting virtually, and they're working to find ways to ensure that other scholars can interact socially. We want to assure you that all groups who are meeting on campus right now are following the safety protocols, such as temperature checks prior to participation, wearing their face coverings, students are bringing their own water source, and we're using plenty of hand sanitizer and hand washing stations to ensure that they are safe. We are working to fill this need of socialization and interaction because, again, we know how important that is for our students. So we want to make sure that we're providing those opportunities, and we will continue to work together to provide more for our students. Thank you for this opportunity.
Moving on to the next slide, Dr. McAteer.
Thank you, Ms. Frazier. We appreciate that. We started this year with a new program, the virtual learning, which we assigned over to our Surfside Academy location. And we began the school year with 430 students that were enrolled in either the independent study or virtual learning. You can see the breakdown there of the grade levels. Since that time, we've sent out a second survey to gauge the interest in continuing with the virtual learning, remote learning. We found that there's significant interest. An additional 334 new students have been identified as being interested in the program, which shows a great interest. That's almost 1,000% or almost 100% in interest of what we currently started with year. So there'll be some significant changes in our staffing to meet these needs. As we look at the staffing needs, we're going to have to begin with looking at teachers that have requests either for an independent study or virtual learning environment. And we do have some, and we have to take great care in following to make sure that we are trying to select the staff members that can fulfill those roles and have the right credentials. And as we do that, creates a domino effect where then those positions must be backfilled. And so as we do this, we look to our contract to follow the guidelines of our transfer process, beginning with volunteer transfers of those teachers that would like to go. And then when there are no teachers that are able to volunteer, we use the contract again to look at teachers with the least seniority that would then be required to look at the available openings and be involuntarily transferred to fill those needs. As we do this, we have a sequence process. We use two database systems. We use the PeopleSoft county system, which is where we put everyone in the county system for payroll. Then we have our internal HR system, which is the digital schools. Both of these are comprehensive systems so that we can get all the employee information inputted so that they're paid correctly and that they are placed correctly in all the different database systems that roll out from them. Before any of these can occur, we've got to create vacancies for the openings before any moves take place. So HR technicians create the vacancy for the position, and then we apply either a transfer or we go through the process of a new hire in order to fill that opening. As we do that, we backfill the PCAs, and then the students have to be reassigned to these teachers in their classes in areas. So anytime there is a teacher change after the school year started, many times we have to adjust classes, either by moving students or assigning new staff to them. In addition, these students that are transferring over to the virtual or remote learning environment will need to be assigned to a new classroom teacher roster and supported by educational systems for their online learning platforms and assign the new curriculum. All of these things take a significant amount of time. There's a lot of integration in other systems that must be done. Next slide will share little bit beyond our regular ed students, we have some special ed students that also have voice requests for virtual or remote learning. So almost 25% of the students that are eligible are still interested in maintaining that virtual experience. So we have 21 preschool through kindergarten students and 39 TK through 5th grade students. So when we started the school year, we had about 16 teachers that we had to reassign out of regular classroom traditional environments into virtual learning or independent study. So we'll be looking to do this again, which takes time. One of the things in HR, it's important that we put accuracy over speed. So it's important that we take our time to make sure that students have enough time to be reassigned and that the staff is given notice, has time to prepare, adjust, get the materials ready, and assignments completed. So we'll be working on this. We're excited that there's a continued interest, and we've heard some of the speakers explain why the virtual learning has been so successful. There's been many great surprises in the success of that. HR will be shifting and doing our work to make sure that we are able to meet the needs of these families. And this is an important consideration as we look to the timeline, as we roll out some new timelines for in-person instruction with our recommendations tonight. So there's an update for HR and our staffing, and I'd like to now introduce back to Dr. Levy.
Thank you so much. So we have the next slide, please. Board, we've had an opportunity now to share with you our virtual learning, and now we'd like to pivot into reviewing a little bit about the state tiered levels. So as you recall at our last board meeting, we outlined for you the California state COVID-19 levels that are used for industry guidance across a variety of industries, from schools to hair salons to gyms to restaurants. And we know that there are 4 levels. The most restricted level is purple, widespread, followed by red, which is substantial, orange, and then yellow. And so each of these tiers has specific guidance. And most interestingly to us is the prohibited activities for schools. So with the purple level, what we find is that schools are not able to open for in-person instruction. However, in the red level, we are allowed as a county to open for in-person instruction. Next level, please. I'm sorry, next slide, please. So the next slides we'd like to be sharing with you, the board, that there is a comparison between the information that was shared at the September 8th meeting versus the information that we now have. So on September 8th, we see that at the bottom of this map on the left-hand side, San Diego County was one of the only counties in the entire state that was in the red zone, the second tier. And all of Southern California was in the purple tier. Well, since that time, and with the data that we have from September 12th, you can see that there are many more districts that have gone into the red section, including in Southern California, where Riverside, Orange, and San Diego are all in the Southern California area, are all in red. Imperial County, Los Angeles County, San Bernardino, Ventura, and Santa Barbara, and Kern are all still in the purple level. Across the state, a majority of our counties are in the purple level, and the rest are in either red, orange, or yellow. Next slide, please. Well, looking at state data is important. We want to make sure that we look at local data. Decisions about our students and our community are local decisions, and we want to make sure that we have the best possible data. On our last meeting, we've had data from August 31st, and the reason the data is a little bit behind is that data is released after a 7-day lag. The county releases this public data on every Tuesday, which is a 7-day average over 7 days with a 7-day lag. So if you look at the left-hand side at the last board meeting, our case rates in San Diego County were 5.8 per 100,000 residents. As of September 12th, which is updated data, we are at 6.9 in San Diego County per 100 residents for lab verified COVID-19 cases. Next slide, please.
Also looking at this, we see that there's an increase in cases since the beginning of the pandemic from the 8th to 24th, with an increase of deaths as well, and increases of cases overall since March until now in Oceanside, with currently, as of September 24th, over 1,786 cases of lab confirmed COVID 19 cases. Next slide, please. Another important metric that we want to share is the demographics of the people who are infected with COVID 19. At our last board meeting, we reported on data from September 2nd, which is updated daily. And at that time, there were 4,614 children who had tested positive for COVID 19. Next slide, please. As of as of September 24th, we are at 6,011 cases of children with COVID 19 in San Diego County. This is over 1,397 more cases over just 22 days. We believe this is important data to keep in mind as we make local decisions about our community, our students, and our staff. Next slide, please. So as we have the blueprint for a safer economy tiered system, again, we have the 7-day average of cases that are laboratory confirmed of 6.9. This is San Diego County's overall cases. But as we know, San Diego is one of the largest and most diverse counties within California. People who live in communities across our county are very different in San Ysidro and Chula Vista than they are here in North County. So what we want to make sure is that as decisions about what we do as we move forward are local decisions, we want to make sure that we were providing the board with the best local information possible. So what we did is we created our own metrics, or actually we created our own dashboard in order to evaluate the data of students and families who live within our own community. Next slide, please. This slide is our calculation of lab confirmed COVID-19 cases in the Oceanside Unified School District zip code areas. If you look at the left-hand column in light blue, you will see that there are 4 specific zip codes for Oceanside. Each of those are represented in the next line by the 7-day average case rate per 100,000 as calculated by data from the from the San Diego County Office of Education. We also have in the next column the number of students who live in each of these zip codes. And then finally, we also have the data on the number of people who live within our city. And in the final category, you can see that based on the case rate per zip code, there are specific colors that our local community has for the tiers in the same way that is established by the county, the state, with the safe reopening plan. So overall, we see that Oceanside is in the widespread purple tier 1 level. There are also different cities in this data that have students who, maybe through the interdistrict process, attend our schools. And every zip code that had 10 or more students attending our schools are represented in this chart. So we wanted to know, the next question is where do a majority of our students who attend Oceanside Unified School District, where do they live? Next slide, please. So what we did is we looked at all of the students that are enrolled in Oceanside Unified School District, and we found that 74% of our students were living in zip codes that had widespread tier 1 case rates according to the blueprint. We see that we have about 25% who are living in the substantial tier 2 red section, which is the same section and the same level as San Diego County as a whole. Next slide, please. We also know, as talking about local districts, we know that North County has specific cities for us. So what we did is we provided the information as well on this slide about Escondido, Vista, Carlsbad, and San Marcos, and about their zip codes and their case rates per 100,000.
And based on this information, local districts may make different decisions about how they move forward. Next slide, please. We know that we also want to make sure, as we've heard from our practitioners, that there are lots of wonderful things about coming together with students in face-to-face instruction. We worked with our work groups to identify specific hybrid schedules. And as part of this work, we needed to make sure that we were focusing on the needs that were specific to preschool students, elementary students, middle school, high school, and our adult transition programs. Next slide, please. As we did this work, we realized that it was essential that we balance two things very carefully at this time of pandemic: the health and safety and the educational outcomes for our students. So every one of our decisions were based on these two things. We want to make sure that the focus and the lens that we use are ensuring that we are meeting these two very important priorities for our community. Next slide, please. So as the work group worked, what they looked at were the health needs and the guidance from the San Diego Department of Public Health, the California Department of Public Health. In these guidance documents, what we know is that smaller groups and cohorts are essential to healthy outcomes as we move into in-person instruction. We also wanted to make sure that we had outstanding instruction. We wanted to make sure that we were able to cohort students, which is quite possible in an elementary classroom, but maybe more challenging and is almost impossible in a secondary classroom. We want to make sure that we had consistent groups of children and adults, and that we want to make sure that we are able to achieve daily interactions with our students and high quality instruction so that our students are prepared for the future. We want to make sure that in-person, virtual, and hybrid instruction are all focused on the well-being of our students. Next slide, please. So as a work group that worked for many, many months, we wanted to make sure that we looked at a variety of models for in-person instruction. We examined 3 models. The first model was all students all day. This had the advantage of more instructional time for all students. However, the health criteria would not allow for smaller groups or cohorts of students in elementary or secondary. Physical distancing in classrooms would not be a possibility. So therefore, while it is a good model for our instructional goal, the lens of health, it was lacking. We then looked at hybrid full-day models. The advantage of this was more time at school for students, and that also meant more time in personal protective equipment, or PPE. A hybrid full day also didn't allow for enough time for virtual instruction, which has had many surprising benefits to students. In the hybrid full day instruction, there weren't opportunities for small group and one-on-one student support based on our current resources. We then looked at our hybrid minimum day. In this section, in this model, we were able to see in-person instructional time. Virtual learning could be designed for students who are learning at home. Physical distancing is possible. Cohorts would be in place for our elementary, although not with our secondary students. And there would be time for small group and one-on-one student support. At this time, we would like to share with you the hybrid minimum day schedule that we feel balance the health and educational needs of our students in the best possible way. Mrs. Gravlin and Dr. Lawrence will now explain the detail of the hybrid design schedules across all of our different cohort groups.
Thank you, Dr. Levy. Thank you, Dr. Levy, and good evening, board. Dr. Vitale, Executive Cabinet. I appreciate and want to extend a thank you to our work groups who did work tirelessly, as was mentioned before, to look at the pros and cons of every one of our models and considerations. And they did land on the idea that the half-day hybrid model really met the health and safety needs and also offered academic supports for all of our scholars. The half-day hybrid model allows for cohorting of students. It allows for in-person instruction for all students. It offers time for small group intervention and family support in our afternoons. and it allows for cleaning of our campuses midweek in between cohorts. When you start to look at the schedules that we'll review here, you're going to notice a number of similarities. So we're going to start with preschool. This is our state preschool proposed hybrid model. Preschool would continue in an AM and PM program. For the AM session, we'll divide the group of approximately 20 students, and that's an average, in half. So we'll have a 10-to-1 student to adult ratio. One teacher will instruct in class for 10 students in person, and the partner teacher will then take the other 10 students virtually. The groups will alternate days for in-person instruction and then also virtual learning. This provides a maximum opportunity for our youngest of our learners to spend time in person with their teachers. The PM program would work exactly the same. So as is built into this schedule, there is a cleaning opportunity in between each of the groups entering in and out of the classrooms so that there'll be time for an hour's worth of cleaning as our children move from AM to PM program. Picnic style breakfast and lunch will be held for all students. Next slide, please. Proposed transitional kindergarten hybrid schedule and the kindergarten hybrid schedule do look very much the same. So you'll have an early start and a late start, much like we have in the past to accommodate our students who need busing service who qualify. The greatest difference between our schedules, whether it be TK, K, or 1 through 5, is the amount of time that students are spending on campus. Next slide, please. And this is our proposed kindergarten schedule, looking again very much like our TK. The difference being really the academic expectations and what will be happening during the day. Next slide, please. So this is the elementary hybrid half-day model for grades 1 through 5. And I'll stop here long enough that we can kind of look at how this schedule would operate. So we have an early start and a late start again. We have our group A and our group B cohort. Students who are in group A would attend in-person learning on Monday and Tuesday. And students in group B, cohort B, would be on campus in person Thursday and Friday. All students would have support on Wednesday that would be done virtually. The in-person group that is with us on an A at dismissal time would take their grab and go lunch and they would head home. At that point in time, after our teachers have lunch, attendance would be taken for our group B students virtually and a touch point of about 20 minutes. After that, we would open up for office hours. And then you can also see the reverse is true for Thursday, Friday. Group B would be in person. They would have their grab and go lunch opportunity. And group A would be at home learning, but would have a touch point with their teacher in the afternoon for attendance and maybe any redirection for lessons that they have been assigned. During their at-home time, students will be working on assignments that are provided by their teacher. And then again, having those virtual office hours available. So students who are either in need of small group support or who have questions for their teachers or family support would have an opportunity for a touch point. Wednesdays would be virtual for our students so that we would have opportunity to clean our classrooms. And then music and PE would also be instructed virtually for students in grades 1 through 5. At this point in time, I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Lawrence, who will discuss the secondary schedules.
Thank you. The work groups at the secondary level considered both educational needs as well as the health and safety of students within its design for a hybrid schedule. To address the size of the secondary campus and the daily cleaning needs, a hybrid schedule built upon a minimum day schedule was the best possible option to address the complexities that exist with addressing the educational and safety needs of students at the secondary level during this pandemic. However, the work groups were unanimous in stating that they wish to see their students as soon as it is safe. However, the virtual learning model remains their most desired option for this pandemic situation because it provides more teacher interaction with students and is believed to be the safest option. To create a smaller group, students will be divided into two groups, being Group A and the other Group B. The students would come on campus together by groups for 2 successive days. This would ensure contact tracing and consistency for students. The students then would engage in virtual learning for the remaining 3 days. The challenge presented to the work group is that the hybrid schedule provides students with less face-to-face time with their teacher than the current virtual learning model. On a hybrid schedule, a student would see their teacher once for the scheduled period they would attend on campus and once during the shortened period day. The work group had to take these challenges in mind to develop a schedule that takes into consideration these challenges and more. The hybrid schedules for base, 6 through 8, middle school, and high school share a common feature to support some of the concerns that are inherent with a hybrid schedule. The shortened day is moved to Monday to provide students with the opportunity to receive a full overview of the content for the week while they are engaged virtually at home. It's one of the features that have been changed with this hybrid schedule. Could you please advance the next slide, please? Tuesday through Thursday, students will engage in learning on campus for 2 days, and for 2 days, they will learn virtually. While on campus, students will attend 4 classes if they are on the traditional middle school campus at 65 minutes a period, and 3 classes if they are on base for 80 minutes a period, or at the high school campus for 3 periods at 85 minutes a period. While on campus, classes such as PE, band, chorus, Marine Corps JROTC classes will not engage in the same manner that they are accustomed to due to health and safety guidelines. Teachers continue to work to come up with safe alternative means of interaction for students in these classes. Students at the end of their last period would grab lunch and leave campus. Next slide, please. While at home, students will be expected to attend class as they were accustomed to virtually. Teachers will take attendance at the beginning of the period during what is known as the virtual check-in period. This will be for the students who are online. This is to ensure that students are maintaining a consistent schedule and are not falling behind in the engagement of learning. It will be imperative that students report to these virtual check-ins on time. Teachers will also maintain office hours for support for students. Another feature of this schedule is that it does allow for a pivot back into virtual learning or a movement into the traditional setting if we were provided the safety conditions change. Thank you. Now to Ms. Ridgway.
Thank you, Dr. Lawrence. I'll be presenting for Ms. Ridgway. I'd first like to extend a great thank you to Ms. Grace Ridgway, who serves as our administrator, overseeing our Adult Transition Program. The Adult Transition Program, or ATP, serves students with disabilities between the ages of 18 and 22. Ms. Ridgway has used input from our professionals at ATP, our adult students, and their parents and guardians to develop this schedule. The hybrid schedule places the students into 2 groups, A and B. A will come on Monday and Tuesday, B will come on Thursday and Friday. Wednesdays will be used for virtual check-ins with all students. Students and staff will follow health screenings prior to entering the classrooms. Each hour, the students and staff will participate in the school-wide practice of hand washing. Teachers and staff, including the front office staff, will model how to properly wash hands and use hand sanitizers. Restroom protocols, including hourly cleaning and bathroom use schedules with students who require assistance with personal hygiene. Students will be dismissed at 12:15 and will be provided with a grab-and-go lunch. Now I'd like to turn it over to Dr. Vitale.
Again, I want to say thank you so much to everyone who participated in the presentation this evening, and especially the creation of each of those schedules so that everybody could see, regardless of what program they were in, what their schooling would look like in a hybrid situation. Tonight, we shared with you the success of our current educational program and the supports that we have in place. We shared how we are continuing to adjust to the needs of our students, staff, and community. And that is a key word, adjust. So on the next slide, we share with you the recommendation that we are making. We are requesting to push hybrid 3 weeks in each direction for each of the programs that we had previously set dates for. So we want to amend our elementary small app promise cohorts for SPED, for special ed, TK5. In-person start date, we are recommending to the board that we push that to October 19th and that we amend our elementary start date, in-person hybrid, and we push that to November 9th. And we'd like to establish the secondary 6-12 return to in-person instruction as January 11th, which is the beginning of the second semester. With this recommendation, our special education assessments will continue, our one-to-one services will continue, our enrichment will continue. The adjustments are critical for two primary reasons. One, we want to continue to adapt to the needs of our community so we can continue to build the layers of safety that we are putting in our schools to do everything possible to create a safe environment for our students and our staff and our community. And additionally, we want to adjust to the 334 families and including 60 mod severe students who requested to stay completely remote. Dr. McAteer did a good job explaining how staffing is affected and how we need to make those adjustments following contract language and with care. Additionally, we believe after the presentation tonight and after families have the opportunity to review the hybrid schedule, we believe that we may receive more requests for people to stay fully remote, and we want to be able to honor those requests to meet the needs of our families. So again, I reiterate that we will continue our supports, we will continue our enrichment K-12, and as Ms. Frazier expressed, we will provide the socialization that our families put as their number one priority for their secondary students. So with that, Mr. Blessing, I hand it over to you to determine how you would like to proceed in either board discussion or public comment.
Can you guys see me? I've lost my I've lost my camera on here, but you can hear me, right?
Yes, we can hear you.
Correct. Thank you. Excuse me, lost my voice there too for a minute. Thank you guys for that presentation. Does the board have any questions at this moment right now for staff, or do we want to proceed into the public comment period? Yes, questions? Yes, Eleanor, Eric?
It's Eleanor. Okay. I just want to compliment the staff for presenting very transparent and a very excellent presentation that focused on explaining a lot of questions that I had in clarity. And quite frankly, in light of the Oceanside dashboard, I'm very much in support of the adjustments. I was very pleased to hear that virtual learning is highly successful in this district. And I'm also hearing that our parents, our community would like to see expanded. Thank you.
All right.
So, are we doing about the presentation right now, or are we waiting till after public comment? Sorry.
Say it again.
I was thinking that we were doing public comment first. I do have significant number of questions, but I can wait till after public comment.
That's fine then. Do we want to take a bathroom break here, everybody? Stacy? Okay. All right, let's take a 5-minute, 10-minute break. I can maybe get my technology issue here resolved too. I'm sorry about that. Greg, would you roll the clock at 10 minutes, and we'll be back at close to 10 to 8.
We have over 30 public comments, I believe. That's where we're at. Okay, so take a break because it'll be a while.
Yes, it will. Thank you, guys. All right, hey, somebody stay with me. Somebody stay with me. Where's my camera go? Turn my camera around. cameras. Hey, sorry, man. I lost my camera there. I switched it around. Yes. I can hear you.
That's okay, Mike. I think we just
But
put
I
you
can
on.
see you guys are live here. Okay.
Yeah, we suspended your video, but we can undo that in just a minute, or we can begin with public comment.
Got it. That's a good catch to send my video when I'm flipping my camera around, huh?
All right.
Thought you guys were on a trip, huh? Sorry about that. Are we ready to go?
Yes.
We are. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. We're going to start our public comment now on the staff recommendation to extend some of the time frames for the start dates based on the presentations this evening and the situation that's occurring and the information we have from county data and health and everything else with COVID. Let me just lay out the ground rules. We have, I guess, close to 30 speakers have pre-signed up to speak on this item. We will go with a 3-minute rule. If you can drop it in underneath that, that would be great to just make your point. We want to hear what you got to say about the basic recommendation is to extend the timeframes out to allow some additional time for folks to sign up for Surfside or to and to continue to get our abilities to deliver the service that we need to. The 3-minute warning signal will be on the timers on the screen that you all have been familiar with. I think that you have Zoomed with us before. When we're going to also try and call out 3 or 4 names ahead of time, so try and listen ahead for your name so you can be ready to jump on. There was always a delay between the one speaker and the next because of that situation. And finally, just to know that if you do go over the 3-minute mark, after a few seconds after that, it will automatically just cut off and we will move on to the next speaker. So truly watch that clock and try and wrap up in time. We don't mean to cut anyone off at all, but we're trying to get everybody's comments in tonight. So with that, I'll open it up for Ann or Greg to call out the first name.
Okay, the first three names will be Alice Sproul, Paula Hacker, and Stacy Sanders.
Are we finding Alice? Alice Sproul.
Looks like Alice may have dropped out. I'll continue looking for, and we'll bring in the next speaker.
Very good. Paula Hacker.
Paula Hacker. Paula, you'll be promoted to a panelist shortly.
No.
Okay.
Hello?
You're all set. Go ahead. Go ahead.
There you go. All right. Thank you. Thank you, board, for listening to me. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Thank you. I have concerns over the school safety regarding school ventilation and disinfection. And because of that, I did not believe that the time was right or the district ready for in-person school for all students. The scientific community have been actively discussing and evaluating whether the new coronavirus may also spread through aerosol indoor settings with poor ventilation. The age of some of the school buildings caused me to question whether they have EPA-approved healthy indoor air quality and ventilation. My specific questions are: one, are there windows in rooms that the students and staff will occupy that open? If not, what is the solution to the classes getting fresh air? Two, has the district ensured that there is acceptable indoor air quality for the occupancy plan for each space? Three, has the district done this by securing a professional review of overall configuration HVAC systems? Four, were there recommendations that HVAC systems need to be modified, and if so, was that taken care of, and if so, in what way? And five, has the district secured a professional maintenance service to manage the HVAC systems, such as is advised by Environmental Protection Agency? My second concern was regarding disinfecting facility and classrooms. One, I'd like to know, has the district hired professional janitors for cleaning, disinfecting, and maintaining records of applications? Two, was the chemical that was approved for disinfecting the rooms checked for warnings about allergens and strong chemicals which can affect sensitive skin and cause asthma? And three, can the chemicals be used on areas where food is prepared and eaten? And four, will the children and our staff be required to clean as well? If so, with what approved chemicals? That is all I have to say at the moment. I had other issues regarding the kids going back to school, but it seems like that's not happening right now. So I thank you very much for it.
Thank you for your comments. We appreciate it. We'll take those on board. Next speaker.
Stacy Sanders, you'll be joining the panel, and you're set to go.
Good evening. Can everybody hear me?
Okay, perfect. Good evening, Board of Education, Dr. Vitale, district staff, and community members in attendance. I thank you for this opportunity to share my comments with you this evening. After my husband and I had the opportunity to view Dr. Vitale's recent video outlining the PPE standards in conjunction with previously presented plans for grades TKs 5 to return to school, my son Michael, a second grader at Nichols, also asked to watch the video. This prompted a pretty lengthy and thorough discussion regarding all of the things a 7-year-old could possibly ask. Mask, how he doesn't like mask, but he knows that they help slow down germs. What happens if someone gets sick? What happens if he gets sick? How will he be able to high-five his friends? What about going to the library to check out books or going on field trips? Can he still help Miss Diana, our wonderful custodian, clean up? What if we can't have Leader in Me clubs? And how will school still be fun? As well as his feelings surrounding the various options presented prior to this evening, which were a return to hybrid at Nichols or staying fully virtual, meaning an unfortunate but possible move to Surfside or elsewhere depending on what happens. After our discussion and some additional back and forth and a lot of I don't knows from my end, my suggestion to Mikey was to do what I would do in his situation. Communicate those feelings with the people in the positions to do something about it. He did just that via a handwritten letter, which I have his permission to share. Dear School Board, my name is Mikey Sanders, and I am in second grade at Nichols Elementary. I know you are trying to figure out when we can go to school. I do not like COVID-19. I would be sad if one of my friends or teachers got sick. There is still too much COVID-19, and even though I miss real life school, I think we should stay in virtual school. My teacher, Ms. Dubois, makes virtual school fun. We do breakout rooms, which is kind of like recess. If we go back to real life school, we will not be able to play at recess. My mom also says that we will also not be able to check out books from Miss Lisa at the library. I do not think it is safe to go to real life school, but I would be sad to leave Nichols and leave my friends. Thank you for reading my letter. Sincerely, Mikey Sanders. With that, thank you again for the opportunity to share my comments and my son's words. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Sanders and Mickey. Appreciate it. And Mikey, next speaker will be?
Our next 3 speakers will be Charles Finn, Paula Orba, and Tiffany Cooper Ortega.
All right.
Mr. Finn, you've been promoted to panelist. Go ahead.
Good evening, everybody. President Blessing, members of the board, Superintendent Vitale, and district leadership team. As you know, I've been a teacher in Oceanside for over 30 years, and I currently teach 5th grade at South Oceanside Elementary School. Yesterday, one of my students told me that he was having to leave class early in order to go to the hospital to see his grandmother. His mother came online to clarify that grandmother had been hospitalized with COVID-19 for 3 months, and the hospital had contacted them that morning to say the family could come and see her for the first time. I was afraid to ask if it was also going to be the last time. I currently have 2 other students who are out of town in order to be with family due to COVID-19 deaths. This is very hard to deal with. I don't know about you, but I'm tired. I'm tired of comments from underinformed people who try to insist that this pandemic isn't real, that it doesn't affect children. I'm tired of those who argue that there's an acceptable number of deaths as the price we must pay for reopening our schools. My students have been and continue to be affected by COVID-19. As their teacher, I worry about their academic skills, but more than that, I have the responsibility to make sure that they learn in a safe and healthy environment. As an experienced teacher, I have what I need to meet their academic needs, but I depend on you, the Board of Education and district leadership, to support us in meeting our urgent health and safety needs. At my site, I have seen and participated in the efforts to prepare our students for our safe return to campus. We've done a lot, but we are still not ready. Plexiglass safety screens that have been placed in my classroom have been removed in order to put them in the special education rooms that were scheduled to reopen a week ago, but had nothing in place. This proposed delay to reopening elementary schools that was shared this evening is absolutely necessary in order to get our agreed upon safety protocols in place in every classroom, in every school, not to mention properly training our staff in many new protocols and procedures. I urge you to support this necessary delay in order to keep our students and our community safe. Thank you.
Thank you, Charles. Next. What's Paula?
So Orba, you've been promoted. Go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Paula Orba. I teach fourth grade at Santa Margarita. I speak tonight in support of remaining on virtual learning until an effective vaccine is readily available and or our local infection rates drop significantly and into a flattening pattern. We are in the middle of a pandemic. A pandemic, by definition, is a hugely disruptive global event. Far from a return to normalcy, most studies predict a much worse second wave to hit this fall or winter. While none of us want to be away from in-person instruction longer than necessary, the science illustrates that we are not ready for a safe return. It is vital that all involved stay safe from this virus. We all have family members and loved ones with varying levels of vulnerability to real harm, even death. Additionally, scientists are only beginning to understand long-term health effects of COVID-19. Beyond the physical health concerns, I ask you to consider the negative effects of potentially yo-yoing between virtual learning and hybrid instruction. We as teachers and students, much like in a typical school year, are finding a rhythm in routines 6 weeks in. To switch to a hybrid model only to most likely need to switch back to virtual learning if and when infections occur at schools would be a further disruption to learning. Despite the many challenges of virtual learning, I do see our students coalescing into a positive learning community. That said, I do understand the real issues of childcare and the need for socialization, but let's face it, in-person instruction with masks, physical distancing, no playing together on the playground, and no sitting together at lunch is hardly an enriching social experience. The district has put forth phased-in opportunities for student supports and enrichments, as well as clubs and sports. It is in these areas, childcare during the school day, academic supports, and enriching social opportunities that I believe Oceanside Unified should continue to focus its energy and resources until such time as it is safe to return to in-person instruction. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next was Tiffany. Was it?
It is.
Great, go ahead.
Good evening. I'm Tiffany Ortega, the supervising teacher of the Surfside K-5 Independent Study. As I listened to the board presentation, I did so wearing multiple hats. I listened as a teacher whose enrollment has increased by nearly 500%. I listened as ODA leadership who has participated in some of the groups that provided input affecting tonight's proposal for a safe return. I also listened as a parent of 2 OUSD students, anxiously awaiting their return to school. It makes me reflect on the process for a safe return for students. I'd like to share the collaboration between stakeholders and my appreciation of doing what is right for the safety of the OUSD community. As the bargaining chair for ODA, my team worked closely with OUSD leadership to bargain details of an MOU to keep our teachers and students safe during this pandemic. None of the subjects we talked about were easy. The conversations were difficult. The weight of the decisions we were making was heavy, but the collaboration was robust, and it led to an agreement that maintained safety for our school community above what might have been perceived as popular. We did what was right. In the elementary work group, we discussed not only logistics of a safe return for students, but also a schedule that would allow for the lowest risk of infection for all stakeholders. The discourse was pointed, heated, and uncomfortable while the group struggled with the sobering realization that the decisions we made could affect the lives of colleagues, students, and their families. Not one member of that group shied away from sharing their opinion and concern regarding a return that might be too quick and failed to provide for the safety of our students. We all listened for understanding and continued to flesh out every scenario and option that would meet the needs of the community, would be best for students, and keep us all in the classroom and at school sites safe. Our work group recommended what was right. As I've said, these professional conversations were hardly convenient. They weren't taken lightly, but they are so appreciated by me personally, and let me explain why. The youngest 2 of my 4 children are still at El Camino, a junior and a senior. I want them to return to school. Their teachers want to return to school. They want to return to school. However, due to the nature of the beast with high school, there is not a safe way to maintain a low-risk cohort. The number of students with whom they would interact, even with a modified hybrid schedule, would not provide them a low-risk environment. It wouldn't be right. So I appreciate all of my OUSD family who have participated in these difficult conversations, those who have had the courage to push for the safety of the OUSD community, to all of those who have worked behind the scenes, for whom sleep evades while pondering our safe return, and to the school board who feels the weight of this decision. Know that doing what is right is far more important than doing what is easy. Please do what is right. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And do we have our next group of speakers?
Our next three will be Lynn Gonzalez, Todd Madison, and Jen Skellett.
Lynn, you're all set. Go ahead.
Thank you and good evening. On a Friday in April last spring, I was holding a Zoom meeting with my third graders, and a little boy told our class that his daddy was sick and using a machine to help him breathe. His dad died of COVID 3 days later. This was a man who became a Marine at age 17, was assigned to Camp Pendleton. After serving in both Iraq and Afghanistan, he retired from the Marine Corps and made Oceanside his home. He started a local business, married, and had a son. On April 10th, he had a headache, tested positive for COVID 2 days later, died at Tri-City on a ventilator 8 days after that. He was just 43 years old. This pandemic has uprooted all our lives. We want to be back in school. We want the economy to prosper. We want to be able to mix together socially, enjoy our favorite activities, not worry about wearing a mask or social distancing. We want COVID-19 to go away. But we must deal with reality. Our country is roughly 4% of the world's population, and yet we've got 25% of the world's cases and 20% of the death toll. In Oceanside, cases are rising, and while San Diego as a whole has maintained itself at Tier 2, Oceanside qualifies as Tier 1 widespread. I am one of 180 OUSD staff members who organized into 23 work groups last spring to begin planning for the education of Oceanside's children in the midst of a pandemic. We used health and safety guidelines, looked at various models, discussed the particulars, needs, and circumstances of Oceanside's community, and made our recommendations. But the work had just begun. For the implementation of protocols and procedures is quite complex. As every piece of the plan is envisioned and scrutinized, multiple questions arise, which lead to more questions still. There are the big questions: maintaining social distancing, creating procedures for daily health screening, supplying and wearing masks, proper ventilation, et cetera, et cetera. Then there is the myriad of details that must also be addressed. How are materials distributed? How do children enter and exit the schools? What happens when a child needs to go to the bathroom? What happens when a teacher fails the health screening? How does a teacher teach when she can't get near her students? What is the procedures and protocols for hand washing, drinking water, break time, and using classroom libraries? The list goes on and on and on. So I commend OUSD's leadership for recognizing that more time is needed to analyze our plans, troubleshoot and correct its weak spots, ensure all equipment, procedures, and protocols are in place, ensure all staff is properly trained, and to communicate all of these things clearly to our families. What the future holds is unknown and tensions are high, but we must look to the science, be gentle with one another, stick together as a community, and err on the side of safety. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker.
Mr. Madison, go ahead.
Hi, I'm Todd Madison, parent of Oceanside kids, and a disclosure to all a candidate for school board in the November election. I appreciate all the effort our teachers and school staff have put into dealing with the COVID crisis. It's certainly difficult for all. I also appreciate all the effort district staff has put into the various outlines we've seen. But I need to point out they're all lacking one thing, what the majority of parents chose last spring: a plan for a return to full-time instruction in a way that's safe for our kids and our teachers. Note that the recent survey simply left this question off. The best way to avoid getting data you don't want to hear is simply not ask the question, apparently. We've now seen plans for partial returns for both K-5 and secondary. Both are incredibly complex. No one would describe either as ideal, and neither are plans for a full-time return. Meanwhile, we've seen other districts in the county launch their full-time returns. Del Mar Elementary started full-time school on September 8th. They also have a distance learning option. Somehow they've managed to provide what their parents want. In addition to the feedback we've gotten in the surveys and public comment here, I've also knocked on over 800 doors now, and I can tell you parents and teachers overwhelmingly want their kids back in school, as long as it can be done safely for kids and teachers. Last week, I actually stood on the doorstep of a Del Mar teacher. They told me no problem so far as well. Del Mar is proving a full-time safe return is possible. This morning, their COVID dashboard showed 5 active cases. With over 3,000 students and employees, that's a rate of 0.16%. 0 of those cases have been in employees. Even if our case rate were double theirs, that would only be 0.32%. It's not to say that COVID is not serious or real, or that we should not take all possible precautions. It's just data, not anecdotal stories, that shows if done properly, we can open up in a way that's safe for kids and teachers. Yes, I've heard Del Mar is a smaller district, which is meaningless because the entire district does not congregate en masse. Kids attend specific schools. The average school in Del Mar has 516 kids. The average elementary in OUSD has 518. For K-5 is 2 extra kids per school and an insurmountable hurdle. What's the difference between Del Mar's Sage Canyon Elementary, enrollment 624, and OUSD's Reynolds, enrollment 627? Financially, we see OUSD is getting $18 million in COVID mitigation funds. That's $1,100 per student. Is Del Mar somehow receiving more, or is it just spending its money differently on what its parents want, perhaps? Certainly, secondary schools are more of a challenge. We saw that in the plans tonight. But my point is, if it can be done safely for K-5, something OUSD doesn't want to do, there could be ways to do that for secondary as well. But we haven't seen that. Perhaps we need our district to pay more attention to what parents want for their kids, as well as our board. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Jennifer Skillett, go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening. Full disclosure, I am the president of Oceanside Teachers Association, and we fully endorse Mike Blessing for our future board member. Thank you. Nothing is more satisfying than a classroom filled with your students when they have that aha moment. It's magical. It's like unicorns and glitter. This year, 2020, hasn't been kind to us. Professionally, we've been pushed to work harder, learn more so we can service our students' academic, social, and emotional needs, all while on a virtual platform. Last spring, OUSD made that transition to distance learning in less than 2 weeks. I'm proud of that work, proud of our practitioners for rolling up their sleeves, and now 31 days into our new school year, the social connections, the procedures, learning is happening. Is it the same? Is it normal? No, but it's still magical. Teachers and students are establishing different connections. I might argue deeper connections. Learning is happening across the city of Oceanside. I'm proud of our work our practitioners have accomplished, and we are getting better. We need to applaud our staff and students for making virtual learning work. It's not easy and it's bumpy, but we got this. I want to thank the OUSD administration for putting together a thorough and bold presentation. As a leader of the Teachers Union, our main concern has been the safety of our students, our staff, and their families. On September 16th, OTA leadership surveyed our membership. 75% of our teachers, speech language pathologists, our psychologists, our TOSAs, and our school nurses do not feel that we have a low-risk work environment, and they did not feel safe. Two things correlate with OTA's recent membership survey and tonight's presentation by administration. One, Oceanside's infection rates are concerning. Oceanside has the 5th highest infection rate in the county. Article 16 in our collective bargaining agreement states, employees will not knowingly be required to work under unsafe conditions. We need the infection rates to go down in Oceanside. In our safety survey, the majority of our employees felt coming back was unsafe. They felt unequipped, untrained, and uninformed about the safety protocols at their school sites. This is not the time for the typical, let's just do this, build the plane while we're flying education mentality. We want the reopening of Oceanside Unified Classrooms to be successful. We want students and employees to be safe. In order to do that, we need the time to tighten down our school site safety logistics. We need to be consistent with our district-wide safety procedures. We need this time because our practitioners are teaching virtually. They are assessing, they are building connections with our students. Tonight, a bold decision is being placed in your lap. Let's give the gift of time and let's do this right. Thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer. Next group of speakers, Ann.
Next speaker is Patricia Ramirez.
Thank you. Good evening, President Blessing, board members, Dr. Vitale, teachers, parents, and staff. My name is Patricia Ramirez, and I am a parent of 2 elementary students at, oops, I knew that was going to happen. I lost my screen. There we go. At McAuliffe Elementary School. I also happen to be a 2nd grade teacher at McAuliffe. As a teacher mom, I am exponentially invested in what's happening with our district right now. Not only do I need to advocate for the safety of my own children, but I also need to advocate for the safety of my students and their families. Oh, and I also need to advocate for myself and my colleagues. I'd like to thank you for continuing to put science and safety at the forefront of your decision-making process. I understand the inconvenience of virtual learning as I'm experiencing it from both sides of the coin as a teacher and a parent. I also understand that none of us asked to be in a pandemic situation, yet here we are. What's important now is that decisions are made responsibly, thoughtfully, and equitably to ensure the safety of all of our stakeholders. We cannot afford to make mistakes during this process. Please, please keep this in mind as you make decisions that will affect our entire community. Thank you.
Next speaker, Joe Brinkman.
Ms. Brinkman, if you unmute, you'll be ready to go.
Speaking. I'm unmuted. Got it.
Perfect.
Can you hear me? Loud and clear, I hope. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Okay. Good evening, Superintendent Vitale, Executive Cabinet, and board members. My name is Joe Brinkman. I'm a teacher from Oceanside High School. Let me first say a huge thank you to all of my colleagues tirelessly working to deliver the best models that we had to work with. People, read my lips, if you could see me. Read my lips. This is a hard job, and it is not for the faint of heart. It is not for people that do not have the experience, the credentials, the know-how, the person-to-person interaction with our students. We are awesome. We have come together in the worst pandemic that we've ever seen, ever, and it's unprecedented. It's going to go down in history. Those people that do not have the information, it's easy for them to point the finger. Some of the people that I read the numbers to, I talked to students today, in fact, about the numbers of people that are dying. As of September 29th, today, 1 million people have died from COVID. I would also like to point out that there are, in the United States alone, there are 7,044,327 confirmed cases now. For some that speak unknowingly, I just want to say, are these numbers not high enough for you? That you now keep saying, we want our students to get back in the classroom, and we do. We, the teachers, the parents, the students themselves, the cabinet. I don't know anyone that wants this. Nobody wants this pandemic. So excuse me, but when I listen to people who have no experience in the classroom talking like they do, I work in a 1906 building. My teachers know that we're scared to death of the HVAC system, that we don't know that we're breathing air that is going to make us sick. You've heard my colleagues talk about the people that they have known, the students they have, that their parents have died from this disease. What more will it take? Okay, here I repeat these facts because I think, do I have to keep doing that and reviewing? Are we not adults? I understand the students, they're children still. We have to guide them through this. But please, we have grown adults that refuse to wear a mask at all times in buildings with your colleagues. Stop breathing on them, put on a mask. We have to social distance. We are not going to be able to monitor the distancing at my school because we have 2,100 students. We can't have them all together. They share food, they share drinks, they share their PDA. We don't have enough staff to truthfully, safely monitor all of our students. One thing I've learned throughout my life is that when people do not have information, they make stuff up. Trust the experts, trust your district, trust your board. We know what we're talking about. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Next speaker.
I'm going to call 3 this time.
Okay, great.
Laura Evanger, Desiree Miller, and Kate Vinson.
Laura Evanger, you're all set. Go ahead.
Can you guys hear me all right?
Yes, we can.
Perfect. I want to say thank you guys for giving me the opportunity to speak tonight. I have a list of things that I wanted to go over with you this evening, but not to be redundant because many of my colleagues and the work groups have already gone over some of these stats for you, so I'll keep my comments short this evening. I wanted to start by saying that I read an article the other day from the superintendent of Carlsbad, and he stated that our teachers and students are hitting their stride right now in terms of distance learning. Carlsbad has made the decision to keep their middle and high schools on distance learning until January. I have to say that I agree with him. We recently did our 6-week grades, and my grades are higher than they've ever been right now. I have more assignments coming in now than I've ever had. And I think that that's because the kids are enjoying this. I think this transition has been harder for adults than it has for the kids. I was also concerned with instructional minutes and what the hybrid model would do. I went from teaching 4 to 5 lessons a week to 3. Hybrid would bring me down to 1. I also thought it was important to mention that the hybrid model looks different on every campus. I'm at King Middle School. We have an excess of 1,300 kids. Half of our students is over 600. My best friend is at Chavez. They have just over 600 kids. Their hybrid day is around 300 kids. That is vastly different when you consider the amount of students and the amount of teachers it takes. I won't go over the airflow or ventilation system. We all know that that needs to be at a certain level for everyone to return. But what I thought was important to mention was that we are coming up on cold and flu season, which also includes allergies for many of us. And every morning, a parent has to wake up and decide whether or not to send their child to school, hybrid model or not. I think our absences would be astronomical because so many of the symptoms of COVID are the same of allergies, are the same of the flu, and are the same as cold. And then I think that the last point that I would like to make tonight, and I know that it is something that is very obvious to most of you, is that there is a reason that we are having this meeting via Zoom. And I think it's the same reason that we have our kids at home right now. We want everyone to be safe. And I feel like if it was the right time to open our schools, we'd all be in the boardroom together wearing PPE. Thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you, Laura.
Desiree Miller, you're up next. Go ahead.
Thank you. First, I would like to just thank the board and Dr. Vitale for always having such evidence-based practices. I'm a biochemist down at UCSD, so I will be honest, when I scrutinize some of the things you're doing, I am so proud of the evidence that you are using to make some of these policies. But you've done some great jobs recommending policies for when we can safely return, but I haven't seen a lot on your policies for while we are back at school. I think that no matter how low the rates get, I would have liked to seen something on what you're going to do once we get back, because no matter how low the rates get, a positive exposure is inevitable. And we have to take that into consideration, whether it be from a student, a staff, a family member, a child's family member, just like someone mentioned, they had to get off to go visit someone at the hospital. And we have lots of really good data and recommendations from the CDC on how to handle these the symptomatic and these clinical cases. But the current stats put pediatric cases at 16 to 45% asymptomatic and subclinical cases. That's 1 in 6 to 1 in 2 kids will never have symptoms. So if you have a child that has a positive exposure, we know somebody has been exposed to a confirmed positive. How are you going to make sure that that child is not coming back to campus as an asymptomatic case when we know 1 in 6 or 1 in 2 will never develop symptoms? So what are you going to do? Like, are you going to have kids require a negative test? How can you guarantee that you don't have kids coming back? And as for that, how do you know who's going to be exposed? For 1 through 8, our school on base is K through 8. First graders through 8th graders share a bathroom. We know that viral loads are shedded in fecal matter for days before symptoms arrive. So your asymptomatic and pre-symptomatic transmission can occur in a bathroom, and you've got grades 1 through 8 sharing bathrooms. How are you going to monitor that? And lastly, I will say that also as a parent of a third grader who missed half of first grade and all of second grade because he was in the hospital getting chemotherapy and a bone marrow transplant, I do have to point out that a lot of safety is just compliance and sucking it up. I have seen a lot of parents say that masks are too hard for their kids. Well, let me tell you, when my 7-year-old was sitting in a hospital bed celebrating his 8th birthday, hooked up to a chemotherapy machine, he wore a mask with a smile. And I have to give a shout out to Miss Tiffany Ortega because she was the light of our lives the past year, and she did a great job teaching us virtually. But safety is possible when people understand that it's not an option. So our kids could go back to school safely, but parents just have to do what's necessary. And I appreciate the board using evidence, and I hope that they'll continue to just hold parents accountable.
Thank you so much.
Kate Benson, you're all set. Go ahead.
Good evening. I didn't write down what I want to say. It mostly is I am not scared for myself. I've been teaching in this school district for 24 years. I'm a third grade teacher at South Oceanside Elementary, and going back is scary. I'm not concerned for myself. I'm concerned for students and staff who may be asymptomatic and go home and pass COVID on to their families. Many students in our school district live with their grandparents. Their grandparents live in their house. I just think it would be a tragedy to have an asymptomatic student go home and give it to their grandparent and have folks die. And that's pretty much what I want to say. I would urge us not to go back until January, just because we are not ready. We're just not ready. Thank you.
Thank you, Kate.
Next three speakers, Kelly Speck, Joanna Durantes, and Tina De La Rosa.
Kelly Speck, you're all set. Go ahead.
Thank you. Current guidance from the CDC, California Department of Public Health, and our local health officials instruct us to practice safe social distancing methods such as wearing a mask, maintaining 6 feet of distance from non-household members, and avoiding congregating indoors. This morning, the principal of Palmquist Elementary and the superintendent published a video to students on Class Dojo of the two of them indoors within what appears to be less than 6 feet of each other and not wearing masks. How can we trust that our students and teachers will be kept safe in a hybrid learning environment when OUSD administration is setting an example of non-conformance with California Department of Public Health best practices? Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Joanna.
Joanna Durantes, you're all set. Go ahead.
Hello. Good evening. My name is Joanna, and I am a parent of a 6th grader at Chavez and an instructional aide in one of the mock severe classes that are now expected to reopen October 19th. I'm a little relieved the start date for special education is being extended because I do not believe the district is prepared for a reopening date of October 5th. As of today, we still do not have plexiglass in our classroom. How are we supposed to prepare for our classroom for when our students return when we don't even have all of our PPE? One of my other concerns is about protocols. If a behavior occurs, or how will we be handling toileting and how to safely keep a distance in any of these instances? I hope with this extended time, district administration can better communicate information to staff and that we receive the proper PPE and proper training in order to keep our students and staff safe. Thank you.
Thank you, Joanna. Next is Tina.
Hi.
Hi.
Good evening, President Blessing, members of the board, Superintendent Vitale, district leadership team, and community members. My name is Tina De La Rosa, and I was born and raised in Oceanside, and I am proud to say this will be my forever city. I've been a teacher in this district for 31 years. It gives me great hope to see that conscientious collaboration and care that has been taken when considering the safety of our students, staff, and community. I so appreciate that the district is admitting we are not yet ready to open for full hybrid instruction at the elementary level. Kudos for postponing the date for hybrid instruction. Thank you for listening to our safety concerns. Thank you for understanding that the most important issues are all linked to one thing. That one thing is staying alive. I must admit, this world pandemic has humbled me. It has frightened me. It has reduced my focus to my family and friends more than ever before. This world is in the midst of a crisis. It has reminded me of what is important. I feel great compassion for us all. It means we are all suffering together. Every human being has been touched by this global catastrophe. Everyday life can sometimes give us amnesia to what it means to be a global citizen. As a global citizen, it means focusing on what you can control. To search your own soul daily and ask, have I given all I could today? As teachers, it is resounding yes. I have followed Don Miguel Ruiz's book, The Four Agreements. One of the agreements is do your best. So every day, our best can change. Kudos, OUSD, for embracing this global challenge and continuing in conversations. Most importantly, for really listening and doing your best. Teaching physical education is my dream job, and I consider it an honor to give back all the love I have received. But this is not just a teacher thing, it is a human thing. We are all giving our daily best. So I am going to remind everyone to have great compassion for all humans, not just the ones you agree with. I wholeheartedly support Mike Blessing, the school board. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
I did.
I
did.
Mr. Dahl's left the room.
Yes, I will.
We are at Rachel Miller. Go ahead.
Hello.
Go for it, Rachel.
All right. Well, thank you very much for allowing me to speak today. I really appreciate, and my message has changed a little bit because you have extended the time before students are going back to school, and I appreciate that. And I appreciate you for allowing me to speak today. My name is Dr. Rachel Miller. I work in higher education at both the community college and the university level. My roles in higher education have allowed me to see the direct impact that COVID has had on students, faculty, and staff, and also to stay informed on a nearly daily basis with the information provided by the county health and college leadership. So as you guys have mentioned, for example, as of today, San Diego County has a total of 20 community outbreaks, and then our case rate is now 6.9. These are all things that were brought up and things that I'm glad to see push the reopening of the schools. Those outbreaks, and as our previous speakers have mentioned, the case rates are disturbing. It's a scary situation. I fear that when we return to school, these numbers will increase again. And just want to make note of that. And I'm so glad that you did decide to make a delay in the return to hybrid. More importantly, besides being in higher education, I'm a mother of an elementary school student in the Oceanside Unified School District who also is on an IEP. And the adjustment in the spring was very difficult for when we were, first brought out of school. There were a lot of tears, and then my son had problems too. So those were my tears. But really, I know that for him, change is one of the biggest challenges to his academic progress. Um, it's not uncommon for children to have a problem with change, and I know that many of the teachers would would agree when kids come back, for example, after the time change in the spring, that they seem to be different people. So even the hour time change is a major factor. My huge concern is about change and about bringing the kids back and yo-yoing them from virtual back to hybrid to virtual. And I do have a huge concern about that, especially with my son being on the IEP. I also have looked at the idea of Surfside, but see that again with him being on the IEP and with his issues with change being an even more dramatic change than just being at his home school or at his school of choice. So my suggestions, and I hope you hear them, would be if students are returning to the hybrid learning, having even a clear return date after winter break. And we saw after summer, it was an easier transition. And then also having the potential for their homeschool, their school of choice to give virtual learning.
Thank you so much.
Next three speakers, Rachel Miller, Joseph Cook, and Jennifer Johnson.
Well, we did just Rachel, so.
I'm sorry. Okay, so Joseph Cook, Jennifer Johnson, and Robert Holt.
Great.
Mr. Cook, you're set. Go ahead.
All right. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah, we can.
All right. Thank you, board members, parents, faculty, staff. Special thanks to everyone who took the time to present this evening. Very knowledgeable presentations. I enjoyed listening to everyone. My son is a third grader at Nichols Elementary, and he's also on an IEP. His disability makes him also sensitive to changes in schedule and requires him to have an in-class helper to ensure he has a solid continuation in his learning. One of the concerns I have is if we go back to this hybrid model of in-person learning where the kids are only in class for 8 hours a week, my son might not have access to that helper who's going to help him continue to meet his milestones and goals in his education. There really hasn't been an explanation yet. We don't know how that's going to work out. My son and many of his classmates are finally settling into this virtual learning. It's weird and it's unusual, but they seem to be picking it up and adapting just fine, as we all know kids can do. They're very adaptable. Whatever you tell them is going to be normal, they'll figure it out and they'll make it normal. But they also require consistency from the adults that are in charge of making sure they have that safe learning environment. So, setting up a learning environment that's going to give them that continuity, it's integral part of the educational process. Changing that midstream, mid-semester, that's going to be detrimental to many students, probably my son and many others. I find it hard to understand why it's so important to risk the health of our students, our teachers, our family, and our community members by returning to in-person school for 8 hours a week. It just doesn't seem worth it. We're in the middle of a global pandemic. Wouldn't it be better just to leave them in distant learning till the end of the semester and go back after Christmas break? As a parent, as a layperson, it makes sense to me. I'm not someone who deals with big data sets. I'm not, I'm not a doctor. I'm not someone who does that. I'm a construction worker. I can see the logic here of just keeping the kids in school for the semester and letting them come back after Christmas if it's safe. COVID is dangerous to our community. It's especially dangerous to those with pre-existing conditions. My son lives with family members that are high risk, his grandfather, his older brother, not to mention the risk of spread to our healthy, non-pre-existing condition family members. I can't imagine the grief and guilt he would feel if he thought he might be responsible if one of our family members got sick or, something or worse. I don't want him to have to live with that the rest of his life. I would much rather him have that freedom to just grow and learn and be a kid and go to school, and it's just weird. We all know school is a petri dish under normal conditions, and this is not normal conditions. I feel that allowing any form of in-person learning during the global pandemic is dangerous and irresponsible. Thank you for the time to speak with you this evening.
Thank you so much for those comments. Next.
Jennifer Johnson, you're all set. Go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hello, thank you. Thank you for allowing me to speak this evening. My name is Jennifer Johnson, and I've been a teacher in OUSD since 1999. As we see schools opening across the nation, we recognize that we all share the important goal of getting students back into a classroom. However, with this shared goal is the unique considerations of each community. It was 1 week ago that San Diego County watched with trepidation as it maintained its red substantial tier status by the very narrowest of margins. Today, we learned that San Diego County will remain in the red tier again by a narrow margin. With San Diego County barely maintaining this red tier status, I must ask, how comfortable would you feel knowing that your doctor passed their medical exams? Barely. How at ease would you feel learning the plane you just boarded passed safety inspections? Barely. When it comes to safety, the word barely is barely comforting. And unfortunately, within each of these bare margins, we must also consider the sobering reality that Oceanside has some of the higher number of cases within the county of San Diego. With this, I support the district's recommendation to reconsider previously proposed opening dates. I encourage the delay in school reopening until we have a consistent and much lower number of cases within both our county and our city. Based on the state's tiered system, Oceanside Unified School District has the right to reopen schools. However, with rights comes responsibility. It is our responsibility to ensure that we are welcoming students and staff into a safe environment. This delay is necessary not only due to COVID numbers, but also needed to allow our schools time to put safety equipment and protocols in place before welcoming students to a campus. At this time, there are endless unanswered questions about the logistics of reopening schools. As a teacher, I will be the direct face of safety for my students. Small safety questions can have big consequences, and this is not a situation where we can figure things out as we go. In the spring, we were faced with a sudden transition into distance learning. We are not in that situation now. We have time to make sure the certainties outweigh the uncertainties of reopening. Thankfully, a delay in opening does not equate a delay in learning, as we know students are engaged in virtual learning with teachers that are working longer and harder than ever on behalf of their students. As data changes daily, I urge OUSD to continue to evaluate the COVID-19 numbers that are unique to Oceanside and take ample time to ensure safety protocols are in place before reopening schools. For our teachers and our students, we strive for more than barely. For the determination and when to safely reopen schools, I ask the same. For the safety and peace of mind of our entire school community, please do not open schools when the time is barely right. Please provide us with the assurance of knowing that OUSD is opening our schools when the time is absolutely right. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Jennifer. Next speaker. Is this our last speaker as well?
Yes.
Robert. Okay.
Mr. Ho, you're all set. Go ahead. Robert Ho, if you unmute, you're free to address the board.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Hi, Mike.
Hi,
Good evening. My name's Robert, and I'm an Oceanside resident for the last 22 years. I'm a science teacher at King Middle School for, now 24 years now. And I'm also a parent of a fifth grader at Palm Plus Elementary. And Dr. Vitelli, Ethan was really happy to see you on TV today. And so he's able to see you without the mask on. Yeah. I want to thank you and for the work that you're doing for our community. And thank you for listening to our inputs and taking all of our criticisms gracefully. Okay. I am adapting to this virtual learning environment. My students are adapting as well, and there are some positive in the classroom. Just like Laura, my colleague said, I have something like 90% of my students are turning in all their assignments, and that's astounding, okay? I started class about 5 minutes before the official started class, and I just like to sit back, and the kids are beginning to talk to each other. A couple of kids always talking about sports. Kids staying after class talking to me about the trips that I've taken on the weekends, and it's fun. My wife, she is a third grade teacher, she's also adapting to the new environment. Okay, for someone that begrudgingly danced during our wedding, I have observed her dancing with her student over Zoom. Okay, but of all with all those positives, I miss teaching in the classroom. I miss the abundance of laughter in the classroom. I miss listening to the discussion in between the students. I miss seeing the anticipation, the excitement, and the smile on the students' faces as they actively engage in the experiment that I've designed. Okay, all those are really challenging to replicate in this virtual learning environment. I do want to return back to teaching in person. However, this is not the time to return back to school in person. The proposed hybrid schedule is not ideal as it reduces the instructional minute that students will receive compared to the current virtual learning schedule. Although it is not ideal, the proposed schedule is necessary to increase the safety of our students for in-person instruction. Okay. Now, looking at 50% reduction of numbers of students in the classroom, doesn't matter what campus you're in, what we know about our kids' hygiene practice, we know it's not safe. Okay. So upon the return to the classroom, we will see an increase in the rate of transmission of COVID-19 in our community. Even if the student's individual risk of serious illness is lower than the general public, they will still transmit that virus to each other and their loved ones at home. Okay. Board trustees, as you consider a decision tonight, I urge you to delay the return in-person instruction for all students until we can do everything that is possible to ensure the safety of our staff, our students, and their families. Thank you.
Thank you. That was the last speaker to speak on this agenda item related to the delay of the return to our classrooms.
President Blessing?
Yes.
Yeah, just want to acknowledge that there were 3 more submissions, but the people who left the room. They were here earlier. Alice Sproul, Vanessa McCarthy, and Kyle Dahl.
Okay, but they left the room before we could get them in. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. We do have additional comments from our public comments that will come up at the end of the agenda tonight for the rest of the board members' knowledge of that. I think we have 4. Julie, have any kind of summation or wrap up you want to give? We got a lot of great input from a lot of good staff. How's everybody feeling? Are there questions? Eric, you said you had some questions of staff. Stacy, I'll open it up and raise hands. I can see all of you. Raquel's knocked out right now, and Eleanor is.
You go first, Eric. You go first.
All right, Eric. Hi, Eleanor.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Actually.
Yeah.
Sorry. I had to switch. Okay. So my first question is from page 5. We can look at page 5 real quick. Yeah, slide 5 from our presentation earlier. So that was the slide on participation. So the 97% is any participation on a given day. So that does that refer to if they completed and turned in an assignment? Can you just give me a little bit more information about what that means?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Joyce. I'm going to defer to Dr. Sparks. Dr. Sparks, would you approach that, please?
Yes, thank you for the question. So the 97% reflects students participating in a daily live instruction. So that would be like a Zoom class, a Google Meets class, or turning in assignments completed online, participating in an assessment online, or participating in teacher office hours. And those are actually, we've begun incorporating those attendance and engagement metrics into our daily attendance count as of last week. But the 97% consists of students participating in daily live instruction.
So we're counting turning in an assignment as daily live instruction? Sorry, I know.
So to clarify, we're counting the daily live instruction as you participated in your Zoom class, your Google Meets class, that you have interacted with a teacher during their class time, during a period in secondary, during a class block in elementary. The way that we also measure engagement in addition to that is whether or not a student also participated in the asynchronous activities such as submitting an assignment, completing an assessment, participating in office hours with the teacher.
Okay, so the 97% is the engagement rate.
97% would be engagement by attendance, meaning that's the percentage of students who are showing up to daily live interaction with their class, with their teacher.
That's actually better than it is normal. What's our normal pre-COVID attendance rate?
I don't have it off the top of my head, so I don't want to make one up.
I can tell you it's around 94, 95%. It varies across the year, but it's around 94, 95%. One of the things that I think is important, it's a very confusing metric that we've been given, which is how do we measure attendance and how do we measure engagement? So the way I think about this is that the 97% is around students who attend a live Zoom or Google Meets class meeting, just like we would count in typical school time students who come to the classroom to receive their instruction. When we start counting the things like the turning into office hours, this is how we make up attendance in a way for students through Saturday school. So we still have a daily instruction. That's our first priority, that students would go to the daily instruction, but then we also allow them to interact and we give them the benefit. It's a restorative and student-friendly way for them to still count attendance for their own benefit. And just the way that we provide Saturday school for those students who miss so that they can continue to increase their learning. But the 97% is at this point is those students who are attending a meeting like we're in today.
Okay. Slide 8, which is the enrichment care. The enrichment care right now on for me too.
Can you guys can you put the slides up? Or is that too much to ask? Because I'm going to ask you about the schedules and we probably need a visual.
Give us one moment. We're having a little bit of technical difficulty, but we'll get the slides up and we'll put it on slide 8 as soon as our technical difficulty is completed. So Eric, go ahead and put up your, or say your question, and then we'll work on getting slide 8, the expanded elementary enrichment slide displayed so that people can see what the question is about.
For the ease of conversation too, if anyone has questions about these specific slides at the same time, we can do that together. So my question about the elementary enrichment is, are we near our current capacity? We talked about adding classes on or possibly adding classes on and looking at hybrid. Are we near our current capacity? I know that we've opened up to our top 3 tiers. So that first question is, are we near capacity? And the second question would be, these are all people who submitted the original interest form. I would look to see if we're thinking about sending out another opening for people to say they're interested, for people that may not have thought we've been in this situation as long as we have been, for people who didn't have access, came to our district late. I mean, there's a million reasons they might not have submitted their original interest form.
Dr. Sparks, would you share? Thank you.
Yeah. So the answer is yes, we are near our current capacity for what we originally said we would offer. And so that number puts us at about 250. And so we're nearing that now as enrollment increases every day into our expanded enrichment programs. We are tag teaming registration for enrollment in these programs. with our providers. So providers like ASAP, Boys and Girls Club, and others. And so they are reaching out to families that they know need this from time when they've previously worked with families, and we are reaching out to our families who have answered our survey and looked at their tiered status. And so after we exhausted our categories with tiers 1 through 3, just as of last week, we began following up with tier 4, which kind of consisted of all the other groups. So families who are originally interested and did not necessarily fall within either foster or homeless youth status or essential healthcare worker status. And so as we move through those tiers, we're at a point now where we have a little under 50 spots remaining in our current program. And we've reached out to our school sites and to our partners to see about their readiness to expand given the board's decision tonight, if we'll remain in some sort of virtual model. And if that's the case, then we do have our providers, and we have school sites who are ready to increase programming at their schools. Most programs right now run 3 classrooms of no more than 10 students per class in the expanded enrichment model. We'll have the capacity to grow that, but I do appreciate the suggestion that you mentioned as well, as in addition to that first group of families that we've reached out with, which is the list that we've been working with since July. It would benefit us to know if there are other parents who weren't aware of this and could also benefit from it as well, should that need arise if we continue in virtual for some time.
And then the last question on this topic for me is, how many of the families indicated interest that weren't in the top 3 tiers? How many more families were we looking at that are interested and weren't the top need?
So in tier 2, there were 56. In tier 3, there were 62. And in tier 4, there were 88.
There are 88 total interest in tier 4?
That's right. And so initially, right off the bat, those families would have been waitlisted until we went through our entire list of at least tier 1. And so really any family that responded that they were tier 2, 3, or 4, basically it was them defining what their essential worker status was. They would have been waitlisted initially until we exhausted tier 1. We would have gone to tier 2 secondly. Once we hit tier 3 is when we turned some of the recruitment over to our providers, and that's when we started tag teaming the registration. And we're in a spot now where we have begun reaching out to all of our tier 4, which is that other group. So those are the 88 families that were likely initially waitlisted. And they're, to your point, there are probably additional families who would be interested in this as well that would fall within that category.
And sorry, just on the language piece, is it 88 additional families? So that's probably more kids than 88.
It's 88 responses. So yeah, it would be more. Yes. Good clarification.
Thank you, Dr. Sparks.
Okay, thank you.
I have a quick question regarding this slide too. I know initially you talked about 925 were contacted and all have been contacted. Is that currently or recently contacted, or is that total that we contacted?
So it was 505 that initially responded to the survey, and that's been the number that we've been working with since July. There have been, few additional families here and there who have responded along the way, and we've added them to the list, but the initial response was 505. At this point, all 505 respondents have been contacted, either to let them know that they were waitlisted or that we have moved up to a different tier and may have space for them. And that has continued through even as late as last week that we've done that outreach.
And that's where we got the 310 that did not respond or were rejected the service at that point?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Eric, any more questions on this group?
I still have one more question. Sorry, Mike. As far as like with this, and if we, because of the decisions that we're making tonight, what would be the turnaround on being able to get the questions out or putting it out again to our families, so to see who would need or and to be able to fill that need? What would be the turnaround time to be able to figure all that out?
So typically our survey windows have well, this particular survey window was open since July, but our ability to survey families in certain tiers, so actually to pull them out of the general list and reach out to them directly, that can happen within a week's turnaround, just to make sure that those families are contacted and given a chance to register at their program of choice. We would have to spend at least a little bit of time making sure that we exhaust the tier 4 group who have been waitlisted since the beginning. So I would say that we could probably do this within a week to 2 weeks turnaround to begin to have additional parents in addition to those tier 4s, to that initial 505 respondents. We could probably do that within a week to 2 weeks. But that would be something we have to look at. That's the direction we get.
Perfect. Thank you, Jordan.
So the next one would be slide 10.
Before he goes, I'm sorry, I was on mute, but anyways, on that slide, just for the 440 plus people that are on, can you briefly tell me tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, and tier 4, how students qualify for those? Because I don't think the average parent or people that are watching understand those tiers.
Sure. This one might be a little bit harder for me to say off the top of my head. Tier 1 was our students who were foster homeless youth and our students whose families were in the healthcare industry and were considered essential workers. Tier 2 were considered critical infrastructure workers. Tier 3 was an additional layer of critical infrastructure workers. So think of people like city employees, bus drivers, folks like that. Tier 4 would be anyone who could fall into an essential worker category, but maybe was not in a critical infrastructure field or healthcare field, or someone who defined themselves as other, which would be us following up with them to say, regardless of your status, you'd be at this point eligible to register in one of the programs.
Okay, thanks for doing that. So it's not open. Expanded elementary enrichment is not open for everyone. It's specific families and students. So,
Dr. Begin, in addition to that, we wanted to make sure we had an equitable response to this. So not every critical care healthcare worker is in a similar situation. So we prioritize those families who were identified as receiving free and reduced price lunch. So that means that they were living within the federal guidelines for being either at poverty or below poverty levels.
So slide 10, this is the secondary enrichment. We had 232 families that were interested. Do we know how many have been accepted into this programming?
Yes, Trustee Joyce. I'll have Dr. Lawrence speak on this. Dr. Lawrence?
Yes, good evening. As we just began and opened this at different sites, there have been different demands for the Secondary Learning Center. So currently with our staffing and the capacity limits, we are starting with a slow roll. So for example, at a site such as Chavez, they've had a number of applicants. There were up to 60 people who want to be there. So we're trying to open up more space there. So currently they are calling and getting people to come over there with a capacity limit right now of a little over 60 at this time. They are working with both our assets partners and other staff to fill and create more spaces. At other sites, such as some of our base schools, is where we have less, not as many as the same applicants as there. So there's space available. So it depends on, it's truly site by site. We're filling it. And as we're seeing that there's more people and more interest there, we're trying to roll in and see how we can accommodate space on the sites. So they are operating at a capacity of 14 to 1 per center location on the site.
Florence. On slide 11, we referenced talking about clubs and all these awesome activities that could bring back a feeling of secondary schools, right? Middle and high school. So that is, for one, really exciting, especially because sports have been, as usual, a priority. So now we have clubs, and I'm really excited about this. Do we have any idea about a timeline for this for families to be looking out for? Is this something that, if the direction is to go ahead with starting to form these groups, are we looking at a couple of weeks to start doing outreach?
Some of these activities have already begun on the campus in terms of some of the clubs, some of the activities such as ASB. Others are starting to develop at the school site. So both elementary and secondary have developed what is called a socialization plan, in which they are implementing ways in which they're going to start up clubs, different opportunities virtually on the campus. Some of the activities that were noted in terms of after school activities are the small kind of what they call summer clubs on the campus are being done in very small cohorts, washed under those coaches after school time.
Okay, so I was more referencing to in-person clubs, and if that was something that we were looking at bringing back to campus.
Currently, we're working on that. They are going to be working through the ASB for announcements on when and how that could be safely done on campus. That has to be really monitored and very scrutinized to ensure that we're making those social distances and doing it in a very creative way. So we are making sure that that is done properly. So all the school sites are going to be communicating that to their students.
Okay. So then the next question would be, I think, for Todd on slide 12. So one of the, if I understand it correctly, one of the complicating factors of moving from our current model into hybrid is that we have so many students that have requested for remote learning. And moving those teachers over to Surfside seems to be a limiting factor as well. Is there any reason that the teachers couldn't stay at their site and students be moved into their classrooms? That way you're not having to change their supervision. You're not having to change. It sounds like it would be less complicated to have some teachers stay if the numbers make sense. And even have kids from other schools move into their school site. That way you're not having to reclassify the teachers. And this is obviously from an outsider looking in. So please tell me if I'm way off in that assessment.
You've got some good questions. Not that it can't be done, but it is a complicated process. I'll try to briefly give you a little flavor of it tonight about that there's contractual pieces, there's requests for teachers. We're doing interactives with teachers to find out what their needs are in these different types of environments. For the students, the challenge is, you get 2 kids from Palmquest and 6 from Reynolds and 3 from McAuliffe and 2 from Stuart Mesa. They're going to be at all different grades, and you got to put them together. And so what we found is Eric Franson's a great principal, and he's got the capacity there to oversee this program. He's already running the program with Tiffany Ortega, and we've had that experience there. So by housing it there, we're able to pull kids from across the district and systematically put them into classes with these teachers that were, handpicked for this position, and then provide the services using the platforms there. The other thing is there's all those platforms I talked about have to have a location. So it's easier for HR and for our systems to put them under one schoolhouse and assign them there so that they can all be part of that community. I know it's Maybe not ideal to have to step away from your home school, but from what I've seen so far, this has actually worked out really well with this online platform, and it creates this kind of online schoolhouse, if you will, for these kids to be a part of over at Surfside.
Okay. Thank you, Todd. I'm not sure that I don't have more questions, but I'm not really sure how to ask it. So that sounds, yeah, I'm certain that you've thought it through, and if moving all the teachers. So if you're having 300 new students at this site, would we need, I know you said, and I'm not doubting our current admin's abilities, but capacity is an issue, right? You have 300 new kids. That's almost a new elementary school kids. Are we going to need to shift administrative supports or counseling supports, or are there other resources that we need to make sure go with some 300 students?
So again, I think there was a little bit of the strategy with Surfside. They had some extra capacity there for us to tap into and provide that initial. Worked out well for the first 400. That survey just closed last Friday, so Monday was the first day we've had a chance to look at these numbers and to start to figure out, in addition to classroom teachers, all the support resources that go along with that. So all those supplementary resources, counseling, special ed, other types of programs, all that has to be considered. So yes, to answer your question, that's part of our analysis, and I think why my emphasis tonight is it's better to go slow than fast so that we can make sure that everything's in place. The quality's there. The last thing that we want to do is rush into it and then not have classrooms set up or kids not in the right accounts for the programs that they need. That's very frustrating, and we don't want to have that happen. So my mantra has been accuracy over speed. So that's sort of our approach right now with how we're trying to take this on.
And specifically, there are 2 counselors assigned to Surfside, correct, Dr. McAteer?
Yes, that's right.
Is that Surfside the K-12? They have 2 counselors assigned, or Surfside the virtual learning support?
They have one that was assigned to ARC, and then one from, I think it was formerly Ocean Shores, so the alternative program.
And I would personally love to see more counselors over there to address the younger students and their social emotional learning needs. I think that would be important, especially since they're doing only distance and they're away from their home school, like Eric pointed out.
Dr. Begin and Mr. Joyce, I can also address this. Under the direction of Dr. Sparks, our elementary counselors have been assigned to particular classes, the elementary classrooms at Surfside, to provide those social emotional lessons and things like that. So they're not permanently, but they are dividing that work to provide support to their colleagues. So we do have that in place. In addition to that, we have a teacher on special assignment who is assigned 100% to Surfside to help support this transition and improve the instructional program.
That's great to hear. That sounds like it's very proactive. That's awesome. Are there any other questions on this part? No? Okay. This slide 31. So this will be the schedule for elementary.
And honestly, I have questions about the schedule. You guys, it was whipped through so quickly that I barely had a chance to glance at them. And I know there's parents on there that would want to maybe hear more about it. And then what I noticed is there wasn't a schedule for moderate severe special education and what that may look like.
Yeah, let's start there.
So the students who are receiving special education services would follow the same schedule as the grade level of their general education peers. So our students who are moderate to severe would and are in, except for preschool, I'll take preschool off the table, but in our TK through 12th grade programs, they would follow those along with their peers. So that would be the schedule. For preschool, because there are different requirements for state funding than there are for our TK through 12th grade and even our ATP programs, those will be different. And so you notice that preschool and ATP had their own schedule, but all the other grade levels of mod to severe would follow the same as their grade level.
So can I ask why we would have our students in the moderate severe classes on a hybrid when they have fewer kids in the classroom to start?
Yes, well, we know that one of the reasons that we have fewer students in a mod to severe classroom is because they have more needs and more services provided. So one of the things, just like in any classroom, if we already believe that the class sizes that we had were appropriate for mod to severe in our typical learning center, we feel that the same things that would be important for them with an amount of services, the amount of supports they need would still be important. So we want to think not just only about the number of kids in the classroom, but the number of interactions that they have and the amount of supports they need to have. And we want to make sure that we provide them with a experience much like our general education or 100% general education students, because all of our students are general education first.
So do the special ed kids start at the same time as the general ed kids start? Like the schedule?
Well, the dates, we've talked about the dates are different, but if you're talking about the start time during the day, yes, they would start at the same time during the day.
So just as something to consider on this, these students are going to have a lot of in-person services or additional services. So this time of with their teacher is going to be eaten up by speech, OT, and other direct services that are going to limit their ability to work through their goal work with their case providers. So I would like to hear more about how this being the best for our students in these cases. The other piece is the afternoon, which would be set aside for our other students for small group work and other attendance and check-ins. These students typically don't access education through the virtual setting, especially on the elementary level, as their peers might. And so I'm just not sure that the holding that afternoon time has the same advantage that it does for the students that are in the elementary hybrid otherwise. So I have some concerns about them being able to make progress in this model as it's currently presented.
And I have concerns that moderate severe students require a lot of hands-on, like hands-on, helping them wash their hands, helping them do stuff, a lot of really close interaction with our staff and other kids. And they're coming back October 19th is what you guys recommended, but yet the general education elementary was recommended to come back in November. So I'm just kind of confused about that piece.
Well, according to so I'd like to actually bring in Mr. Wood to talk about this, but let me talk about the recommendation. Our county superintendent, Dr. Paul Gothel, specifically has advocated, as have the CDPH and some of the other California Department of Education, the importance of addressing the needs of our most vulnerable population, our at-promise students, our English learners, our foster and homeless youth. And so how we are thinking about that is we want to make sure that we do want to bring them back so that they have the opportunity to practice the new social distancing requirements, have practice with the mask, have practice with washing their hands, all of these things. They would have an opportunity to try these things in a very small group without other students around so that they could be ready for this, for when the other students come back, the other hybrid students come back. So based on the recommendation of our county superintendent, the CDE, for prioritizing our most vulnerable populations, that's why we're recommending an earlier comeback for them, along with them being able to have the opportunity. In addition, I think Mr. Wood shared about the assessments and also about the related services that I think Mr. Joyce talked about. So, Mr. Wood, can you speak to that?
Yes, thank you, Dr. Levy. Good evening. The reason we did a phased approach was to bring our students with more needs back before other students came so we could practice generalizing those skills that we need on campus, which include the hygiene, the mask wearing, the social distancing. So that was part of the approach to a phased in approach. With the schedule, we really are looking at ways in which to teach students and to really provide direct instruction in how to comply with social distancing, how to wear masks, how to complete social hygiene or hygiene, and then generalize that within the classroom. So I think the questions really are about the time they're spending. I guess I need clarification what the questions are about what they're doing.
So I just want to make sure that I have this clear. And Eric, I know you teach special ed, so you have a lot of firsthand knowledge on this. It's not okay to bring all the kids back in October because we're not ready, but we're ready enough to have our most vulnerable students back in October. And we need to really have them back 3 weeks sooner than everybody else with our high COVID case numbers, like a week to get them into a routine. I just think that all students are general ed first before they're special ed. So treating them separately and different, and then we're going to integrate them into general ed. The phased in approach to me is interesting.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Vegan. So yes, we were looking at bringing a phased in approach only to teach the skills, to generalize, and to have students on campus prior to other students being there to help practice the skills that we need to be on campus with everybody else. So it really was intentional to say, let's have you on campus, let's start to wear masks, let's start to practice social distancing, let's start to learn these skills, let's go through related services, how those are incorporated, and then bring other kids on campus.
Thank you, Mr. Wood.
Thank you.
Those are all of my questions from the presentation specifically before we get into conversation.
Oh, and I have some questions about this schedule on elementary hybrid. Do you have questions too, Eric?
He just said he was through with.
Okay, well, if you're through with it, I'm sorry. I looked, this is the first time I've looked at, it's a study, so the first time I can ask questions. So I have a second grader. Would someone walk me through my second grader who's group A, what their schedule is going to look like, what their day is going to look like? Because we have a lot of parents on here that the hybrid, this whole new terminology might be foreign to them.
Thank you, Dr. Bien. Mrs. Gravlin, would you be able to walk us through that, please?
Be happy to. So my student is a group A student. They're cohorted along with their siblings. They will attend in-person instruction. And I'm looking at just 1 through 5. The difference, Dr. Begin, between our 1 through 5 and our TKP kinder are just dismissal times. Okay. So our student starts at 8:15. They have in-person instruction from 8:15 all the way till their dismissal with a nutrition break for second chance breakfast. My student would do that same routine on Monday and Tuesday. On Wednesday, my student in Group A would attend a virtual office hour with their classmates, attendance taken with their teacher. And that would be on Wednesday. So that would be both Group A and Group B together. And then my student on Thursday and Friday would be doing their at-home learning. And so that would be independent work, classroom assignments, whether they are delivered through Google Classroom or Seesaw or actually provided to that student during their in-person day. While the students are in person, they are being given their direct instruction on specific standards through our pacing guide, and then also being preempted on what work would need to be done during their independent time. So my Group A, my student A, attendance is taken for them Monday and Tuesday by their classroom teacher during in-person. On Wednesday, during their virtual time. And then on Thursday, they would come in the afternoon and their attendance would be taken during office hours. They'd have a touch point with their teacher and then they would continue on with their learning. Is that
Yeah, thanks for the clarification.
okay? Lunch is grab and go. So those students would be receiving that. Again, nutrition bag provided. And then on grades 1 through 5, PE, music, and library will be virtual.
And then do parents get to pick whether they want to be in the A or the B group? I'm just asking for schedule wise, right? Because you're looking at certain days a week, your kid, you have to bring them to school and pick them up. I mean, that piece of it, I'm not sure how we're going to handle that.
It's a great question. We've been working on cohorting of students and working on making sure siblings are on the same cohort. We're looking at the different factors that go into cohorting to try and make it as seamless for our parents as possible. So your question is well stated and well taken.
I don't have any more questions on this.
Thank
So-
you, Evelyn.
I did have another one. Thanks for the second to remember. Can we speak directly to why we're not offering a full day hybrid? And I ask this because I don't see a significant difference in safety, and I see that students stand to miss out on another hour plus of instruction if we do that early release. So that's 2 hours a week of instruction out of the 8. So we'd be bumping to 10 if we had that. And what they're getting in the afternoons is somewhat minimal, it looks like.
And that's an excellent question, one that the work group did look at both schedules. And Mr. Joyce, there was a great deal of discussion around the full day versus the half day. A couple of things came to mind. Number one is lunchtime and the safety of our students during a lunchtime where they're all on campus. That was a factor, a health and safety factor. But what really was their driving factor was this touch point with office hours in the afternoon. So that time is a point where students who might not otherwise see their teacher for 3, and if you count a weekend in there, you're looking at possibly 5 days, they're having a touch point in the afternoon twice a week. So I'm the B group. I'm not seeing my teacher Monday or Tuesday per se. I'm having my touch point with them in the afternoon, and I'm also, the teacher has the benefit of some time to offer small group individualized instruction for students with unique learning needs or for parent and guardian support. And so that was a very large discussion. There was a number of our practitioners who felt that touch point was critical, that they needed that time for that small group to help mediate learning loss.
All right, and then the early late start, are we sticking to early late start schools? And what's the reasoning rationale for that?
Early and late start continues because we do have students who still need their transportation services provided, so that as it has always been for those students who qualify.
I would imagine there's transportation safety issues too with spacing on the bus and okay.
For further, yes, absolutely. Mr. Joyce, did I answer your question?
You can, I mean, you did. The other side of that, yeah, you did. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Mrs. Evelyn.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Eric. Stacy, Eleanor, did I see you or Raquel have some questions or issues on some of these charts or tables and stuff?
I'm good. I'm actually, because as Eric was asking, I was writing my answers to my questions that I had too, so I'm good.
Perfect. Okay, Eleanor. I can't hear you. You muted or?
Actually, Eric asked many of the questions that I had, so
Yeah,
it's fine.
He did.
He spoke first before I did, so he got the information. Excellent. Thank you.
Perfect. That's I was going to chide him because he had about almost an hour of questions, but if he covers all 5 of us, then that's only 20 minutes, so that's nothing. No, I appreciate all of that discussion. It's a difficult thing. I was particularly enamored, if you will, if that's not the right word, impressed and annoyed and concerned with the zip code type information that we now are starting to get, apparently. Those slides, I don't want you to pull up the slides, but they're 21, 22, 23. And that's something that I'm understanding that we're going to continue to get that information, and that we should continue to share that with the community, with ourselves. On a weekly basis, I guess it's coming out, and we need to watch that number, because if we were a county and there's if you can see that band there between Oceanside, Vista, some in San Marcos, and even some in Escondido, it's 500,000 people. We're bigger than 10 counties in the state. So under that kind of criteria, we'd be falling into the purple zone rather than this edge on the red zone, and we would be having a different discussion. But at this point, so that's just something we have to keep looking at and see what happens. There's scientific issues, I guess, or statistical issues. So says the county health and board of education folks, apparently, with bringing that numbers down to the zip code level. And I can understand that to some degree, but it's definitely is valid and good information we need to consider as we move forward.
I do have a question about this is, my son's in dual language. He goes to the middle school. If I, as a parent, or other parents, choose not to have their kid attend school and go to Surfside, how are we going to meet the needs of students that are in these specific programs? I'm sure that's not the only program, but we have kids at the elementary level that are in the dual language program. How do we plan on meeting their learning needs at Surfside?
Thank you, Dr. Begin. So one of the things that we've been thinking about as we start to get the information from families who want Surfside, including our students and families who are in the two-way bilingual immersion programs in Spanish language, we started thinking creatively about how we can use our resources. We were also told, you recall at the last board meeting, we talked about our virtual learning support teachers who work in the afternoons, providing direct support to students from about 1:30 to 7:30. On mathematics, English, whatever they need help with in both a drop-in and an appointment-based system. These are credentialed teachers, highly trained and effective teachers. One of the things that group has put forward as practitioners is that they needed some support in Spanish language. So one of the things we're thinking about is how can we leverage that model to support our two-way bilingual immersion students, our Spanish-speaking students who may speak Spanish as their language in their home. And so we're looking to see how we can staff that with a bilingual person who would then also provide enrichment, a two-way kind of envisioning maybe a Zoom appointment where students learning English as a second language and students learning Spanish as a second language can support each other as part of that model. So that's one of the things we're investigating right now.
So it sounds like you guys need more time on that. So definitely.
Well, yeah, it does sound like that they do have more time. I don't know, though, that they're saying that they can offer the seamless dual program like you have it in the site. So that's a choice that a parent might have to ultimately make, hardcore choice. I don't know, but that's something like they have.
I do have one other question. So we picked
while you have that, can I ask staff to pull up that last slide that has your recommendations to the screen for us all? Go ahead, Stacy.
That's what I have questions on. So the secondary, the recommendation was because they couldn't make it safe with the number of contacts and the.
Stacy, you're muted. You're muted, Stacy.
I hate that. When I press my button, it doesn't work. Anyways, we aligned the secondary schools with the end of the report carding period for continuity, right? Because they're in distance learning. They're going to get their grades for distance learning on the semester. Elementary, when does their semester end? Or does it align?
December, whatever. Christmas vacation, right?
It aligns the same. This year, we are moving to a new standards-based report card, which we have work groups working on. We're very excited about this. This has been a priority for us. And with that recommendation, we are moving to a semester report card. So it would be the same date that would end for elementary as well as secondary.
So elementary is going to do distance learning, and then they're going to shift into hybrid, and teachers are going to be able to manage the grading system the same way if they're only seeing the kids part of the time. I just see mass confusion with that.
We will try to make it not confusing for people. Sorry, I wasn't sure who was going to answer that question. Looks like it's going to be me. So a little bit more time for the staffing considerations is one of the reasons for that we've asked for the 3-week delay, so that we can successfully move the people who have requested that remote learning to go remote, and their grades will go with them. So while we know it's not optimum, we are trying to meet the needs of everyone who requests to stay remote. I think where you might be leading is, why aren't we just pushing everyone till January 11th? And not that I can read your mind, but I believe I might be able to in this instance. And the reason is we can provide the small, consistent cohorts at the elementary school. That is the big difference between elementary and secondary. So that is the reason for the difference.
All right. Well, thanks for sharing that with me. If this is the time, Mike, that you want us to share out, with what we feel about these recommendations, or do you just want to go to a vote?
Oh,
No, I mean,
we have
comment before you go to a vote. And
not
I've
going
been
to vote.
hearing about the standards-based report card for elementary. Is this going to be a letter grade percentage, or will it be narrative?
It will be on a rubric, a 1 through 4 rubric, with comments as well. And we are working very closely with our teachers and parents. We have parents on our committee as well, and we are going to align it so it's easy to understand, because Mr. Thibodeau, who is our coordinator of assessment, has been very thoughtful, and the rest of the team, about ensuring that the purpose of our report card is for clear communication to our families about students' progress, so that parents can interject. So it's going to be a very simple 1 through 4 system, and parents, it'll be very clear for parents to be able to know what their children are able to do and what they need to work on, so that parents can take that leadership role with their students to help support them.
Now, in terms of comments, are these predetermined comments, or
And
will the
open
teacher?
narrative.
So we're looking at how many students in the classroom?
In the elementary school?
Yeah.
For the classroom, between, I believe, around 24. Dr. McAteer, could you remind me of those? I think it's between
24 K3 and 33 4th and 5th grade for elementary.
Let me just clarify something here.
So
We're talking about report card arrangements now or something. Are we off topic slightly?
No, I don't think we're off topic. It was brought up. Okay, just out of curiosity then. So a teacher would have to actually make comments, I assume, for at least the core classes. And we're looking at how much time that's going to actually take to do a report card for a student. I think that's real important. And if we're using predetermined comments that are that's all computerized, that's one. But if a teacher has to sit there and really go through everything, which they should do, I understand that, then we're looking at an entirely different kind of standards-based report card.
So, Ms. Evans, I'll share that information with the work groups. I know that those are things that they've been grappling with, and Mr. Thibodeau as well. So they have quite a few meetings to hammer these things out, and we'll definitely bring that information forward, because we do not want to add to the burden of our teachers, but we want to make sure that we're clear with families.
Well, I'm thinking if, like they're working at least 4 or 5 extra hours every day just doing the lesson planning for that. And if they can build in evaluations with the lesson planning, it would save a whole heck of time. Okay. Just more efficiency. That's all.
Yes, thank you.
So I'm going to weigh in because I'm impatient, and that's just how I roll. So I'm going to say that first recommendation, I'm not comfortable with them coming back October 19th. with what I've heard from emails, what we heard for public comments, what we've heard about our schools being ready, they don't need 3 weeks to get those groups ready. As long as they're getting their in-person assessments and distance learning, they're getting the interactions one-to-one. I would like to see that date pushed back to at least November 2nd. Elementary, November 9th, if we're up and ready and we're not in the purple tier or red tier, and our numbers are going on a downward trend and not upward, I would be okay with and comfortable with November 9th. Secondary, January 11th is great. There's just no way to do secondary at this point. I just wanted to weigh in.
Anybody else?
Yeah. So a question on that, Eleanor, can you mute for me? We are going to be in the red tier almost certainly. We are in the red tier right now firmly. So are you saying that if we were in the red tier, you would not recommend that we bring in kids back for in person?
He said purple, I thought.
No,
We're
she
at,
said red.
I think you meant purple, Stacy.
we're in the red, almost in the purple, only because they pulled San Diego State University out of that. We are sitting right at that cusp, right there. Like we're barely there, and we heard someone say that today. We're barely there. If those numbers don't start improving, I'm not comfortable having students in classrooms with each other and having a low risk work environment for our staff. So that's where I'm at with this. November 9th is farther down the line to see what happens, but if we get closer to November 9th and our numbers are not decreasing or flatlining, we're going to have to make another decision about, is it safe?
I think for me, the biggest struggle, I think with the whole dates right now and everything is I think with the whole discussion that we heard earlier, even of somebody saying that the symptoms that we're going to be looking at of when a child comes back, are they going to be going back and forth, and are we going to be going virtual and then back in the hybrid and then back virtual, and because of whatever is going on? I think that's my biggest struggle. My biggest thing again is with SPED only is that do we have everything that we need for them to go back? So is all the PPE in place? Is everything in place that needs to be so that everybody is safe? We're not only just looking at our students, but we're looking at all the staff that's going to be working with those students. So is everything in place, and will it be in place when we are looking to send these students back?
Yes, if you're asking that as a direct question, Trustee Alvarez, the answer is yes. It would be in place by that date. The only non-starter item that hasn't arrived yet is our backpack sprayers, which are the cleaning mechanisms that we will use for every classroom. And when we're talking about the special education students that we're talking about and bringing them back early as a population that with higher needs, we're talking about one classroom per school. So that's what we would need to be able to disinfect at the end of a school day. But if those disinfectant sprayers are not here, I will be obviously very honest with the board and with the community that they have not arrived, and we cannot disinfect our classrooms. The PPE is here. It's on campus. We have people saw me display the masks, the face shields that we have. We have special face shields with clear mask for particular staff that need that, so that it's material right here and you can see the mouth here. We also have ordered special masks for students that perhaps may have difficulty wearing a regular cloth mask. So it has, I'm going to say plexiglass right here. I haven't seen one of these. And then like a vinyl covering here. So we have 3 different kind of masks that will be available for students and for staff that have difficulty with regular cloth masks. We have gloves that are available. We have the temperature checks that are available. We have hand sanitizer everywhere. Staff has requested full gowns. Those are on site and available for additional order. The plexiglass that was mentioned earlier, and I really apologize if we took it out of one classroom for another. So Charles, to you, I apologize if that happened. I don't doubt that it did, but I am sorry for that. And that is being placed in the classrooms. So again, when we talk about the layers of safety, and that's not all, I can go through the entire list of what will be available or what is available, but it's layers of safety. Again, the only non-starter would be the backpacks that are used to disinfect the classrooms that can be done on a daily and consistent rate.
I think another important point that was noted by Jen Skellett in the OTA leadership group is that they've been working with Julie and staff, and I can guarantee you, I think that if stuff's not in place is the way they should be by all reasonable means by these key dates, we'll be hearing about it and it won't open. You know, that's what I believe. We do have one more meeting before October 19th, actually, that's scheduled, right? Julie, when's our next meeting?
Yes, October 13th, and I'll reiterate, Mike, there's no benefit to me not being honest with people about what we do have or what we don't have. Absolutely none. I wouldn't be dishonest about information anyway, but especially in the middle of a pandemic, which I have stressed time and time again, that our priority in this is surviving this pandemic. So we will provide those layers of safety, and if they are not here, I will be very honest about that information.
Okay. Is there any more discussion? Do I have a motion? If anybody want to?
There is.
Yeah.
Eric's got discussion. All right.
Yeah, I do. So my first request would be that to seek consensus to look at adding in-person services, academic services for students that aren't just in the mod severe class. And I'm going to tell you why. I work in, I'm currently in the hybrid model. I have students, and I don't teach a mod severe class. I teach a class that has a mix of students that come to see me for just a little bit of their day, or some that in a typical school day, excuse me, that would come for just a little bit of their day, or that would come for a large chunk of their day. And through the distance model, despite all the best efforts of the most amazing teachers that I work with, there are students that don't access learning through the virtual model. And usually it's because of attention difficulties. And I mean really strong attentional difficulties, maintaining attention for any sustained period of time at all, or behavioral challenges that sometimes are exacerbated by being away from the school environment. Those students are struggling right now to maintain any kind of educational progress. And I think we currently have the means, and as of September 2nd, we're allowed to start providing academic services to them in person in safe, layered of security ways that can provide them some access to the curriculum while also keeping everyone safe. So I would like to see at our next board meeting a plan for reaching out and getting those kids who are in the cracks of the current system that we have access to teachers in person in a safe way by the 19th deadline that we're moving some of our mod severe kids back into the classroom. So that would be the thing I'm asking for consensus from the board to ask staff to work on.
Staff have any concerns with attempting to look at that issue?
I just need clarity on who we're talking about.
Sounds like your special education mild to moderate. Am I right, Eric?
So it would be, I would leave the choice of student.
Echo.
Leave the choice of those students up to the practitioners and teachers that know them the best. It wouldn't be everyone on a caseload. It would probably be a couple of students per teacher that know that those students are the ones that really lack access to the education that they need right now.
Julie, that enough clarity for the moment to at least have board give consensus to do the best you can for these special ed identified kids as Eric has laid it out?
So what I heard was, so I really want to be clear because obviously I want to meet the expectation, and Jim, I'd like you to listen too. So it sounds like, are we talking about just students on IEPs that the teachers feel are not currently learning in the virtual environment, that you want us to sort of get a read from our teachers, the priority of kids and coming back? Is that what I heard?
So I'd like to ask sorry, it's me. I'd like to ask our counselors or psychs and our teachers for kids that are lacking access right now to learning through the digital space to invite them onto campus for small chunks of cohorted teaching time around the same time that we're bringing back some of the mod severe students. So in practice, a teacher who is teaching, who has a caseload of 20 whatever kids, would have a couple of kids that really struggle right now and don't have access or have tough environments. There are some who really require counseling that you can't do counseling virtually because they're in an environment around their family that they might want to talk to. I mean, there's lots of limiting factors that go with the at-home environment that those kids that need that and don't have access to it currently, that their case providers could identify them and select times, whether it be on the Wednesday, on the hybrid days, or whichever times work the best. It doesn't matter when, to get them in the classroom or even outdoor spaces where it's the most safe, to get them some in-person opportunities to give them a chance to progress. And that would be primarily for elementary is what I'm talking about.
Dr. Vitale, may I interrupt?
Yes, you may.
So, Trustee Joyce, thank you for that. Starting next Monday, we are doing in-person related services. So our students are receiving counseling, who are receiving speech and language, AT, PT, all those things. Those can be provided in person for students who are not accessing them right now virtually. So if we had a student who perhaps was not able to access counseling services virtually, we'd want to invite them in to do that in person. Is that different from what you're saying right now?
Yes, only in the sense that it would open up to their service providers to provide academic in-person supports for students that lack access for behavioral or attentional challenges that are so severe that they aren't able to access education right now.
And so, yes, we can absolutely look at that. We've talked about in-person services as far as related services. We've talked about adding behavior intervention services in there. We can absolutely look at what that would look like for other services as well.
I think you got a consensus from the board that you guys should do that. So let's move on.
So I want to make a motion just because of the sake of time, if that's all right.
Okay.
I have another piece as well.
Okay, go ahead. Go
I
ahead,
don't
Eric.
think
I'll wait.
Eric's finished.
Thanks. I'd also like to seek consensus for staff to revisit the mod severe schedule and to take a look at possibly getting them more in-person time. And that could be by offering a full day. It could be by offering it AM, PM cohorts. It could be whatever need be. For me, the schedule where they have the afternoons to access office hour doesn't seem to make sense. And if I don't have consensus, then I don't. But I'm just not sure that we're doing our best by that.
And I think there's an issue with workload for those teachers. Those students, they're all individual, as you know, and they're in different classrooms and they're in the general ed. And then I mean, there's so many moving parts to that I know that those work groups have talked about the best way to meet the individual needs of the students. But I'm always concerned about the workload of special ed teachers like yourself, that, asking them to do that on top of their IEPs, on top of everything else in a hybrid situation, well, we know that these kids might need more intensive work to adjust. I don't know if that starting off right off the bat with that is gonna burn out our teachers.
Hello. My concern is that if we do that, it sounds like these students, they really need more quote unquote training, education, modeling in terms of how to access information. You know, if I hear what you're saying. All right. And that takes time. I think at this point, it's whatever they're receiving in terms of how to access information, whatever tool they're using, they need to have the practice to do it. I don't think having a teacher put on extra hours to do it the way you're describing it is going to be effective. It'll be the same results. I just don't see it.
I don't
Are you
think we
talking
have a.
about the way I'm describing?
Yeah, right.
I don't think we have a consensus at this point, Eric, from what I'm hearing from the group. Maybe it's something we can flesh out some more, but not right now at this hour in this time frame. From my perspective on that point, if you're looking for a consensus of the group, I don't see it.
I can make a motion. I'm ready to make a motion when discussion.
We'll probably have some fun too, but yeah, you go for it. You want a motion?
All right, I'd like to make a motion that we accept the recommendations with one amendment, that elementary small at promise cohorts start not October 19th, but start on November 2nd. So we're pushing that date back farther so we have more time to plan. But the rest of the recommendations as is.
All right, we've got a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second that motion.
All right, we've got a motion and a second. Any more discussion?
I'm going to, well, I would actually ask that we
You're echoing for me, Eric. I don't know.
I would ask that we amend the motion and vote on these separately because I have a different opinion on that, but I don't disagree with many of the pieces. So does that make sense? I'd like to vote on them separately. If you
as far as each of the recommendations, you're asking to vote for them.
Yeah,
separately?
I think.
Vote on each one.
Yeah, I think
I can accommodate that if the motion maker want to do that in a second. We're anticipating amendments then, Eric, from those two, or just discussion and vote?
I can make a motion and we'll do bullet by bullet. How's that? Will that work out, Julie and Mike?
Yeah, that works out.
Yes, that works fine.
Julie.
All right.
We'll withdraw the second there from Eleanor and your motion and start over. Start by the bullets, all right?
All right, I'll make a motion that the first bullet that we push the start date from October 19th to November 2nd.
I will second that motion.
Thank you, Eleanor. Do we have any discussion?
Yes, I do not support the motion because we are already pushing it back 3 weeks, and I worry about access when we won't have any additional safety precautions put in place between October 19th and November 2nd. I'm worried about pushing it back indefinitely. So I would like to see those students return as soon as we have what's safe, and it sounds like we will be safe on the 19th.
All right. Any other discussion? Please vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Member Joyce is opposed. Motion carries 4-1 on the first bullet.
Raquel, did you say you were opposed on that?
I'm opposed.
I'm sorry, Raquel. I did not hear that. Motion carries 3-2 on bullet 1. Bullet 2, Stacy?
On bullet 2, I make a motion that we accept as is that the start date for elementary on November 9th.
Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
Would the original motion amend the motion to accept the last 3 bullets as they're stated? Unless there's a contention.
Yes,
I'll second that.
And we got a second for that from Stacy and from Eleanor to adopt the last 3 bullets as presented. Is that clear for everybody? Everybody understand? Okay. Yes. All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed? I hear no one. So the motion carries on the balance of the 3 there, 5-0. Cool. Thank you guys for that. I appreciate the ability and your desire to express the votes, Eric and Raquel. in that way. All right. That was a long and good discussion. A lot of stuff in there. We only have public comments left. So do we have, we'll move on to that. Anne or Greg, do we have, are they still with us? There were 4, I believe, at the outset.
I will call their names.
Thank you.
They will come in this order. Victoria Mariani, Susan Peachy, Todd Madison, and we'll end with Tiffany Ortega.
Okay. Victoria. Greg, is she with us? Can you find her?
Yes, he's getting.
Yeah, Ms. Mariani, you are on live now. Go ahead.
Great.
Victoria, you're all set. You just have to unmute your phone. Cute.
Got a mechanical issue, a muting issue?
No, the caller left the line, so I'll try to pick her back up.
Let's go on to the next.
Go ahead and get Ms. Peachy up here just 1 second.
Hello, Victoria Briani is right here, and she was having a phone issue. Can she speak from this device, please? Thank you.
Sure, why don't you go ahead right now? Do you mind do that? And then we'll have her go next.
Okay, go ahead. Okay. Good evening, board and community members. My name is Susan Peachy, and I teach 3rd grade at Ivy Ranch. I am speaking tonight with the hope that board members are as committed as I am to wanting all students to have equal access to education. This is our job, and it is prescribed by law. Unfortunately, after months of virtual instruction, some Oceanside students still have not had access to an education since schools closed on March 13th. The outcome that I am hoping for after speaking tonight is for district leadership to be held accountable for ensuring not just that students have a device, but at the very least are taught how to log into the portal and access learning platforms on consistent, reliable internet. For students and families that have not used a device at home, this is essential. Having a device without knowledge of how to use it or having internet access makes it an expensive paperweight. In March, I was concerned when one of my students did not connect with our class once we went online. At that time, I accepted the answer of the district is working on a plan. There was no precedent for our global pandemic. In April, May, and June, I regularly expressed concerns to my assistant principal and principal. I have an ESL student with no access to instruction or classmates. My heart was heavy. It still is. In August, after communicating with the student's current teacher, I was dismayed to find that the student still has not connected with the class. A device was dropped off, but the student has no internet. I needed to go up the chain of command. I wrote a passionate email to the OUSD coordinator of English learners giving specifics. In part, quote, I don't understand how OUSD ELL students and or students living in poverty who are already usually behind their peers are allowed to go months without education. Discrimination disgusts me, so I must speak up or I too am part of the problem. The response I received in August included, in part, everyone is working together to move as quickly as possible so that technology and access is provided to students. I will follow up to see where this family is within the process of connectivity. In 2 days, we begin October. I am speaking up now on behalf of this student and all students who have missed 1/3 of their previous grade and as of today, 17% of the school year. When will all Oceanside students have access to an education? In closing, with all due respect, I ask board members to question, is the district following state and federal law? According to the Equal Education Opportunity 1974, Section 1703F, it will overcome language barriers that impede ELL programs. Distance learning is our educational program. I hope you as school board members will hold the OUSD leadership accountable for a plan of immediate action for ensuring all Oceanside students are receiving an education. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead and have your, was it Tiffany or no, Victoria? Go ahead.
Yes, thank you. Sorry about that. I've never been on my phone before, and I guess I accidentally hung up.
You got 3 minutes.
Good evening, esteemed board members. Thank you. Good evening, esteemed board members, district staff, teachers, students, families, and community members. I'm Victoria Mariani, 20-year employee of the district and a 5th grade teacher at San Luis Rey Elementary School. Tonight, I'm speaking about the remodeling of the San Luis Rey Elementary School site. First, I want to emphatically thank the board for approving this long overdue project. I also want to thank Bell and the bond manager, Penny McGrew, for their work, and specifically Penny's belief that the proposed project will fall within the budget allotted to the project by OUSD. My concern is twofold. One, is there enough money in that budget to account for all of the obstacles hidden behind the walls of that antiquated school, including asbestos abatement, mold removal, and an expansion of the cafeteria/MPR to appropriately accommodate our school's visual and performing arts program? And two, can the project be completed in a timely manner? As an Oceanside resident, I hesitate to vote to pass another bond in these economically challenging times when this project, alongside Garrison's repeatedly promised remodel project, were delayed for years by prior OUSD leadership, and we haven't even broke ground on the SLR project. Yet, OUSD is now planning for a model at Jefferson. I worry that the dragging of feet on the SLR project may result in district leadership's misplacing OUSD's declining enrollment projections onto the backs of our already disenfranchised community. I'm here to humbly ask the board to oversee the SLR remodel through to fruition in an efficient and effective manner. I passionately implore the board to designate the money that is generated from the sale of the Garrison property to the SLR project if necessary. Another way for the district to save money and put more funds toward the SLR project is to scrap the hiring of a consulting firm to facilitate a school name change. Even after the 3 failed attempts of the previous naming committee, I'm still confident that the staff and community of San Luis Rey, with district guidance, can perform this task with minimal or no cost to the district. In closing, I leave you with these possibilities. Board member Dr. Stacy Begin had suggested John C. Lewis School for the Visual and Performing Arts, and Oceanside Teachers Union President Jennifer Skellett had recommended Ruth Bader Ginsburg School for the Visual and Performing Arts. Either way, go Sea Gators!
Thank you very much. Appreciate the enthusiasm. Next speaker.
I want to turn off the camera. I don't see.
Okay, well, you don't have to see the camera.
Future camera.
You don't have to turn it on. Look.
Stop video. Okay.
See, stop.
There we go. You're on, Todd.
All right, thank you. So,
Thank you.
Hi, Todd Madison again. I'm sure everybody listening at this late hour knows I'm a candidate for school board this fall. As the board and district staff watching know, I've been involved in helping increase parent involvement in Oceanside for years. I was the first parent representative in the LCAP committee. Stacy and I also led the district parent advisory committee, in both cases working to increase involvement and give parents more of a voice in our district. One of the biggest issues we have in our district is a continued drop in enrollment. Some of this is shifting demographics, but some is parents making other choices for their kids. That's not a sentiment I share. All 3 of ours have gotten an excellent education at Oceanside, but I can understand their feelings, especially when we combine that with the general sentiment we've heard. Why bother? Nothing ever changes. It's the #1 reason parents have always given me when I ask why they don't get involved. And now we see that reflected in current enrollment numbers, where we see an astounding drop this year, 1,261 students, over 7%. Parents don't feel their kids are getting the education they want and are choosing alternatives. Parents have clearly said what they want, full-time in-person class, provided it can be done safely for kids and teachers. The district has clearly ignored that, not even producing a realistic plan to do that so the board could consider it. If this enrollment drop holds, we're going to see $17 million less in revenue next year. Added to a projected deficit of $10.5 million already, that makes for $25 to $30 million in red ink, and that's in 1 year. We know what happens next if that happens. We lay off employees, we cut teachers, we cut services and programs for our kids. We've seen this movie before in the Great Recession. Our district has been in financial trouble for years and has been more than willing to cut from our kids to preserve pay increases for itself. We've seen that over and over again, too. Last December, we saw the district projecting a $7 million deficit, but chose to add $5 million to that in extra bonus raises for district employees, including administrative staff who have a median total compensation of $158,000 a year. This board, including my opponent in this race, voted unanimously in favor of those extra bonus raises, just a few months after cutting bus service from the Latino kids at Crown Heights. We need to do something different to deal with this in the coming fiscal crisis. We need to put kids first in our decision-making process, not district first. That's going to require a change in our school board. Everyone listening who feels they can't count on the current board to put their kids' interests first is encouraged to go to my website, todd4kids.com. That's Todd4kids.com. Find out more and support me, Todd Madison, in this election. Let's put kids first in Oceanside. Todd Madison for school board. I appreciate everybody's support. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, Tiffany Ortega.
Good evening again. I am still Tiffany Ortega, the supervising teacher of Surfside K-5 Independent Study, but as previously explained, I'm also the mom of 2 El Camino Wildcats. Not only 2 Wildcats, but 2 members of El Camino's Golden Pride. And not only the mom of these Golden Pride members, but also I serve on the CGP Band Booster Board. Yes, I am that parent. I'm the parent that normally attends the Friday night marching band shows. You know, the ones where they play a little football just before and after the main events of the marching band. So as Ms. Frazier mentioned earlier, there are students that have been allowed to return in small groups to participate in group workouts, groups like football, volleyball, cheerleading, dance, tennis, cross country, etc. During these camps, I also understand that there are specific guidelines and protocols to be followed to ensure physical distancing, such as maintaining a distance of 6 feet, wearing facial coverings, and monitoring possible symptoms. As I stated in my previous speech, I appreciate OUSD leadership for doing what is right and allowing these groups to return with a small amount of measured risk. I'm asking for the same consideration for some small groups of ECGP, specifically Drumline and Color Guard. It's my understanding that their request to convene small group practice was denied, and I'm struggling with that decision. Let me be clear. I understand that the marching band practicing together is out of the question at this point due to the nature of the wind instruments and the higher risk of infection. Drumline and Color Guard do not fall into that category. Drumline is exactly as it sounds: percussion, banging on things loudly, forcefully, artistically. Did I mention loudly? It's done using their own equipment that is not shared. Believe me, you don't touch a drum or sticks. Can be done wearing facial coverings and easily 6 feet apart from one another, preferably more than 6 feet from parents with diminishing hearing. Color Guard is the artistic pageantry of choreographed routines using flags and other individual props. Color Guard members also use their own equipment, could wear facial coverings that would not affect their routine, and regarding physical distance, they must stay more than 6 feet away from one another in order to properly operate their equipment and walk away safely. Spoken as a parent who has had to safely navigate through a Color Guard practice in full swing. See what I did there? Full swing. So tonight I am asking Dr. Lawrence to reconsider his denial of ECGP's request for Color Guard and Drumline to begin small group practice as a small step back to normal for these kids. Please apply the same set of guidelines to these groups that are being applied to other groups at the high school. Finally, Mike Blessing is the clear and positive choice for OUSD School Board. Thank you very much. Good night.
Thank you. And that was our last speaker, I understand. Is that correct, Ann?
Yes.
All right. Well, that completes our agenda tonight, everybody. Thank you so much for this special meeting. It was timely. It was a lot of good discussion, and we'll be adjourned till October 13th, if not before. All right.
Thank you, everyone, for joining us tonight and hanging in there.
Hang in there, everybody. Good night. I'm adjourned.